So apparently Victor is playing pretty well. I'm not able to watch because I'm watching the Mariners game. But it looks like Victor's doing well so far. Hey, Insane Eclipse. Okay. So we need 100,000 runes so I can use the Moon Veil. I don't think I should do it here. My knowledge, I've killed every boss that I've encountered. Let me talk to this beast clergyman again. Yeah, Robert, I'm watching. Castillo could go 7 pretty reasonably, the way things are going. Ah. Oh, he doesn't do anything yet. Where is it? Okay, fine. Ugh. Because he's a bad quarterback. There's no way I haven't done this one, though, so I don't know how this works. Like, I've definitely done this one.
Oh, it's you. It's me. Lord E.G. dropped me here.
Yep, here we go.
Told me to bring north the bell to Lady Ronnie. There's no chance that could have party for B. A very shadow. I thought old E.G. knew as much. Honestly, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Lied.
My thanks, friend. I'm going to see Mistress Ronnie now. I don't know what came over old E.G., but even if the odds are slim, I need a chow. Rather fight against her fate she's dreamed of. I'm going to see. I don't know what came over, but even if the odds are...
Good evening. How you doing tonight?
Okay.
Other than the fecal urgency.
Nah, it's fine.
Uh,
Chief.
anyway, we talked about this briefly yesterday, but here's the clip.
Oh, dude. Fuck that guy. If that was me, I would have just been, obviously $5 was too much for a sack of shit like you. Like, because I'm looking at this and yeah, you know, just from what you see, that looks like a lovely home, but I was expecting a fucking mansion. This is fairly run of the mill for a lot of parts of town that I deliver to.
Yeah.
I'm all like,
Maybe,
dude, I would
yeah.
kill for a fucking $5 tip. Kidding me? So fuck that guy. Especially because, like, he throws out the passive aggressive shit. He's saying it as he's walking away after he hands him the food and shit.
Mhm.
I'm like, dude, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Wow. Yeah, like, $5 is plenty for that order. Fuck
Yeah,
that guy.
exactly. I mean, maybe to that guy, like, having any house at all is a really nice house because he's, not doing so well, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the fucking passive aggressive shit when he says that as he's actively walking away. I'm all like, if you're gonna be a cunt, be a man and fucking stand there and say it. Give them the opportunity to say some shit back to you.
Yeah, fucking weird.
Fucking sack of shit. I'd have gone and, like, immediately made a complaint.
Conti wants to know if you've ever listened to Ron and Fez.
No.
Mm. So Scoot had his first summer league game tonight, and he looked really good, but then he got injured. It didn't look too bad or anything, but he's probably not playing in any more summer league games. Yeah, I heard Victor was doing good tonight too. Tonight was his debut as well. You are correct. ESPN isn't showing the box score, so I don't know about numbers, but I know he's made some splash plays.
I know that everyone is obviously desperate for any kind of basketball content because it's the off season, and summer league is always where rookies get overly hyped. However, I do want to bring up, because to me, there's still no doubt in my mind that Wembanyama is going to be a bust. So what I want to say is, when Kelly Olynyk was a rookie and played in the summer league, he literally set summer league records.
Yeah.
And then he went on to be Kelly Olynyk. So
Who also would go on to set records.
exactly. Oh god, if the Heat brought him back and then re-signed Myers Leonard too, holy shit. What a legendary duo they'd be. No, I mean I remember fucking like Kelly Olynyk in the summer league was averaging 26 points a game, and I'm reasonably sure he set a summer league record for the most threes made in summer league.
Pretty OP.
He literally went out there and looked like Dirk. 'Cause that's the thing is when you're playing in the summer league, obviously you're playing against first and second year guys, but you're also like a large amount of guys on that roster are dudes who are desperately playing for a contract and are more than likely not going to be in the league during the next season. So I mean, he showed some good fundamentals out there and everything, but the reason I think he's going to bust and have problems is because he's generally taller than everybody else out there, but he's fucking rail thin. He's going to have a shitload of injury issues, and when he goes against somebody who's actually strong enough to body him up on defense, he's not going to be able to get buckets. Because you look at his play style, and almost none of the shit is based around finesse. A lot of it's just, like, good for him, he plays to his height. That's actually something you don't see a lot of guys doing nowadays, which is weird. But they'll fucking take advantage of people like that.
It's gonna be. I think the Victor experience, one way or the other, will be fun. Like the players like George Marizen, they weren't very good, but they were fun because they just look so weird.
Yeah, it's going to be great to watch Spurs fans crying when he has an injury history like fucking Greg Oden. I completely agree with you there. Are you going to write the thesis about why Wembanyama's a bust? I'll do it.
Yeah. I do think Victor will be good on defense. Yeah, you're right, Mass. Like he should immediately be a present on defense. It's just basically saying like the way people are hyping him, and I know this is probably exaggerated, but there are some people that are calling him a 7'5" Kevin Durant. That's a hell of a thing to live up to. Knight's Sacred Ground. Okay.
Ugh. Connectivity issues. So you said Scoot got injured?
Yeah, it didn't look like anything too bad, but he was killing it. I was impressed.
Hilarious. Yeah. Scoot, like I'm big on Team Scoot. I love that instead of going to college, he just went to the G League to make money, and
Mhm.
it also makes a lot more sense to actually develop. He almost had a better game in one quarter than Wembanyama had his whole game.
Yeah.
Portland does not deserve Scoot.
I watched some of the Summer League game, obviously, because I wanted to see Scoot. The announcers spent a good chunk of the time talking about the Dame situation. They didn't really say anything illuminating, but I guess there isn't a heck of a lot else to talk about.
Yeah.
But man, Ben Simmons changed the NBA forever.
Yes, he did.
He's changed the NBA more than anyone since the guy who invented the shot clock.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I really meant it when I said it. Ben Simmons is the worst thing to happen to basketball since cocaine. Cocaine almost destroyed the league.
Yeah. I'm really surprised the new CBA didn't have some sort of Ben Simmons clause.
I am too. Like, because there's not going to be another one for a long time. And I'm sitting here like, fucking A, man. Like, that needs to be addressed. That really badly needs to be addressed.
Because that's what the NFL did. Like, players kept doing holding out for new contracts and stuff. So the league decided to implement a rule where, like, look, if you hold out and you don't show up to training camp, you get fined massive amounts of money, and the team cannot waive them. Like, you're screwed the moment you start holding out. And then players
Right.
started doing a hold in where they would show up to training camp but refuse to do anything once they were there. So I imagine next time the CBA gets negotiated, the league is going to do something about that. Like, they're actually looking at this and going, okay, we need to stop this behavior before it ruins our league.
Absolutely. Because, like, all of this is just because of how horrifically the Portland front office is mismanaging the whole damn thing. They need to just accept the fact that he's going to Miami. That is end of story. When you trade him, you're trading him to Miami. Because at this point, nobody else is going to touch him. There's a shitload of interest for other teams wanting to be a third or fourth team involved in the deal. Because Tyler Hero is actually really coveted throughout the league. Who'da fucking thunk it? A 23-year-old who averages 20 points a game? Wow. It's almost like that's a valuable thing to have. For whatever reason, Portland's not high on him. Maybe it's because they've taken other guys that they feel are in the same role as Hero, and they'd rather commit to them instead of a guy who's proven. They want to go with the guy who's not proven, but okay, whatever. Like, they're doing all this because they're trying to get more from Pat Riley, but as time goes on, they're only getting less because Dame's agent just keeps making it harder and harder for them to be able to get anything more out of it the longer this goes on. And leaking that information out today, where he was saying Damian Lillard is his agent is telling other teams around the league, if you trade for my client, he will not report to training camp, and he's going to pull a Ben Simmons and just not play. Now think about the fact that Damian Lillard in the last year of his contract is guaranteed $64 million. Are you going to pay a guy $64 million to not play? Because I mean, he'd fucking love that. This is the time in your life to where this is like prime family years, you know? Like he literally doesn't
Yeah.
even have to do anything.
There is a rumor that Dame is going through a divorce and he wants to get away from the West Coast to, like, completely shed all
It was thee,
connection to
not blithe it
that
seemed.
stuff because it's not
Even in
a
my
good divorce.
slumber
Not that
I
any
sensed
divorce is
thee.
really good.
It is in thy possession, is it not? The
Yeah,
hidden treasure
fair
of
enough.
Unless you're
But
Nicole Kidman.
my thanks. Soon must I begin my journey
no divorce for a guy is good.
on the dark
So,
path.
uh, yeah,
But
I totally get it in that sense. But like, what the hell's the problem?
a strange gift, perhaps. I am
Miami
sent
has
by
the
this
ability to
fate.
give them
In
4
vain it
first
whispered.
rounders plus
What is it thy
hand
dream?
over hero to a team that wants them. When Portland finally acknowledges the fact that they're rebuilding and they're not going to be competitive, they can have the expiring of Lowry. And we're willing to take on Nurkic's fucking deal. Like, what the hell's the problem? What's the holdup here?
They're just trying to find that third team. Like, they're trying to get the Nets involved, so maybe the
There,
Blazers can get Ben Simmons as a tank commander.
that's what the Blazers want you to think. There are so many teams banging down their fucking door trying to be part of this. The Nets are one of them. So are the Bulls. The fucking Cavs are interested. The Jazz are interested. Fucking there's interest left and right to be a part of this. It's because those teams want Hero and Portland doesn't. But Portland's like, no, we should be getting more assets. We should be getting more. He's the best player we've ever had. We should be getting more. And it's like, did the Rudy Gobert trade really fucking make people this retarded? When the Timberwolves made a horrific mistake, they thought that Rudy Gobert was setting the price for players throughout the league so Lillard should get more than that. Seriously, what the hell's wrong with 4 first-round picks, expiring deals, and then 2 young players moving forward that you can actually be happy about? One young player being from whoever fucking becomes the third team, and then the young player from the Heat that they're handing over, they'll hand over Jovic. 20-year-old 7-footer. What's wrong with that?
He's one letter away from the best player in the NBA right now. Think about it like that.
Seriously. Because I mean, as long as people are going to shit themselves over, oh my God, Wembanyama looks so good in the summer league. Well, so does Jovic. Jovic looks better in the summer league. Like, come on.
Yeah, watching the Summer League game, I'm really surprised at how many players look like they don't really know how to dribble. Like, I was not expecting that level of relative incompetency.
Right.
But anyway,
Yeah, Nikola Jovic is 20 years old, and he turned 20 a month ago. So he's going to spend all of next season as a 20-year-old. Why would you not want to fucking pick the guy? You know, he put on a shitload of muscle in the last year. He's a stud. Why would you not want him? Blazers fans, explain it to me. Why is your GM literally trying to get fired?
because he knows he's going to get fired anyway when the Blazers are sold.
Then why is he trying to never get rehired by another franchise? Like, this is so dreadful. This dude is destroying his reputation around the league.
Yeah, right.
And what's
I haven't had a chance to watch the game yet, but I did hear he was doing stuff. Go ahead.
What's really funny is all the different people who are chiming in on the Lillard thing. You get some people who are completely on Lillard's side, but they're guys like Kevin Durant. But then you get guys who are against Lillard, but the shit that they're saying is just so baffling. Like Paul George is coming out against Lillard, and what he's sitting there saying is he's trying to bash Lillard for not having loyalty. And I'm all like, dude, where was your loyalty to the Pacers? Weren't you the guy who requested out and tried to trade yourself to LeBron's Lakers? But because you started demanding a trade, they were so pissed off at you being a bitch that they traded you to the Thunder as punishment. and then you were in such a hurry to get to LA that you fucking signed with the Clippers just because the Lakers didn't have the cap space anymore. Like,
Yeah, I don't get that one.
you're gonna fucking preach about Lillard fucking not having fucking loyalty here? Come on.
Do you remember that one year? I think it was 2014.
Especially, sorry, but
No,
especially this is another thing. As you're gonna
right.
go on about Lillard not having any loyalty, coming from Paul George. Paul George is the guy who knocked up a stripper while he was dating Doc Rivers' daughter and offered the stripper $1 million to get an abortion.
The assassin.
So, like, you want to talk about loyalty? You are so desperate to hide your disloyalty, you'll pay 7 fucking figures just to fucking hide your fuck. God damn, dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus. Anyway, you go ahead.
Yeah, that one year, I think LeBron James played a game against the Bobcats and had like a 50-point triple double. And then Kevin Durant played a game against the Bobcats and had like 65 points or something crazy. And then I think Carmelo had like a 60-point game against the Bobcats. And then the Pacers played against the Bobcats, and everyone was like hyping it up because, like, oh, this is the team that you just go off on. So Paul George is going to prove that he's like up there with LeBron and KD. And then he had the 2-point game. I think that's where the memes came from. Straight basura.
Yeah, seriously. When fucking Webstedge of all people ends up being correct, that's when you know you fucked up.
I mean, he also, yeah. Roy Hilbert.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to Roy Hibbert. I know he was always limited offensively, but something happened to completely nuke his confidence. I wonder what it was.
No either. But I know what you mean.
Like Nick Anderson with the free throws, but you know what happened with Nick Anderson. That's obvious. Mass, did Victor just get dunked on or something?
Well, Roy Hibbert's 36, so if he didn't suck, he'd still be in the league. Let's see here. He last played in 2017, which was 6 years ago. So he busted out of the league at 30. Wow.
Yeah, and he was like all-star at one point, I think.
Yeah, 2 times. So let me see here, because I think, yeah, that's why. Now he was great. He was great with the Pacers during that run where they made the 2 straight Eastern Conference Finals. Everyone was talking about Hibbert was going to be considered like the top defensive center in the league pretty soon. He was really good. Everyone kept making, talking about how he was working with Tim Duncan and Patrick Ewing and Akeem Olajuwon in the offseason, and his post game was supposed to be getting better and better and shit. And he barely fucking lost Defensive Player of the Year voting in 2014 to Joakim Noah.
Mhm.
So what ended up happening right after that season, I think it was 2015, where Paul George got hurt. I think he missed the whole season that time. Let me check. It had something to do with Paul George fucking up the whole Pacers shit. I just gotta get my timeline
Wasn't it
square.
like at the Olympics or something? He like shattered his leg.
During the 2014 off-season, George was named to the training camp roster for the U.S. national team, and then he got fucking smoked. One of the worst injuries ever. Like, he broke his foot, like a complete 90-degree angle break.
Yeah, I remember.
So that 2015 season, Pacers were doomed to suck because they just lost their best player. So now this was the time for Roy Hibbert to step up in the 2015 season. Well, he still played pretty close to his averages. Like he didn't have a bad season by any stretch of the imagination, but trying to get him to produce more offensively really didn't work. So it took away a lot of his energy defensively. So by this point, it was like the Pacers wanted to move on. Because if you remember here, this is when Larry Bird starts to fucking become his own worst enemy. Where he constantly makes the decisions of, well, it's just good to have new coaches every couple years because coaching continuity is stupid for some reason. So just fires Frank Vogel for no fucking reason. So fires Frank Vogel for no fucking reason. Paul George misses the whole year with an injury, and then there's talks about how he wants to leave in free agency to go to the Lakers. So in order to get something from him now, you might as well just trade him. So Magic tampering and all that shit. He got in major trouble. The Lakers got fucked over from that. Magic Johnson's fucking retarded. So then the Pacers trade him to the Thunder. So when you trade your best player, okay, it's clear we're in a rebuild now. So what do the Pacers do with Hibbert? They trade him to the Lakers. He got traded straight up for a second-round pick.
Gave him away.
Yeah. And it's because he was an expiring 2. For the 2015-16 season, he exercised a player option, so it was the final year of his contract. So they sent him off to the Lakers for a second-round pick. Pacers are rebuilding. And when he lands on that Lakers team, this is long before LeBron shows up. So because it's long before LeBron shows up, this is when the Lakers sucked ass.
This was that era where every single washed up veteran passed through LA. It was.
Yes. So he was with the Lakers for 1 season, but all of his stats, except for his minutes per game, because he played a lot on that squad that year. He played a lot of minutes, but he posted career lows in every single statistical category. He just stunk. Played 81 games, started every single game, and averaged 25 minutes a game, and yet put up the worst numbers of his career. And it's because, for the first time since Paul George got drafted by the Pacers, he was on a bad team. And it really showed people by that point that he didn't have the ability to move the needle. So then he gets traded. No, he didn't get traded because that was last year. His contract was expiring. As a free agent, he signs a deal with the Charlotte Hornets, and he also just kind of stunk. They kept him for like half the season, then traded him at the deadline to the Nuggets. No, they traded him at the deadline to the Bucks. And then the Bucks almost instantly traded him to the Nuggets for a protected second-round pick. Wow.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Then the Nuggets just like, wow. He averaged 2 minutes a game for the Nuggets and only played 6 games. And they said, you know what? Yeah, fuck this guy. And they just like told him to screw off. So then he became an unrestricted free agent at the end of that season, and then he went a year without playing. No one signed him, so he said, okay, I can see the writing on the wall here. Even though I'm 30, that's it for me. So then he announced his retirement in 2018. And he's been an assistant coach as head of player development for the 76ers since 2019. So some people credit Embiid's development into becoming a league MVP this year as being Roy Hibbert helping him out.
What did Hibbert do? Teach him how to jump standing straight up and shoot 42% from the field?
Basically, yes. Like, just absolute fucking travesty. So yeah, that is that's the story of Roy Hibbert. Paul George injury basically ended his career because it started the sequence of events that led to the Pacers blowing it up, and once they did, um, he was just never able to find a position where he could be useful. Because, like, you know how it is in this league. If your reputation as a player goes down, it doesn't matter the circumstances around it. They could be completely valid reasons. But if no one's willing to take a chance on you, then you're just done. It doesn't matter what you have to give. Chris Anderson's a great example. He would have been fucking busted out of the league until Miami, of all teams, gives him a chance, and then he massively raises his stock as a player again. But he was well on his way to a trajectory to where he never would have gotten the chance to play an NBA game ever again.
Yeah.
So Roy Hibbert is the opposite of that. You know, Chris Anderson's a comeback success story. Roy Hibbert is a comeback failure story.
Okay, so I don't know if you still use this app, Snacks, but I'll ask you. I re-downloaded Snapchat recently. I haven't had it for years. Is it just... Yeah.
I was gonna say I use Snapchat literally every single day. It is pretty much exclusively how I talk to Callie.
Yeah. Is it just me, or is this a hideous app on Android?
When you're not used to it, it looks like shit. The worst part about the app itself is not its appearance. It is the extraordinary resource hog that it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Like, this is not appealing. This is complicated. I don't understand how it works.
Not a lot of phones actually have the memory to properly run that fucking shit heap. So
I'm surprised your phone does. You're saying you don't have enough room for Discord. Is this why?
yeah,
Yeah.
actually, because Snapchat takes up so much memory on my phone. And my smartphone is pretty old. I got it in 2017.
That is old.
But Kelly's phone is only a few months old. It's really, really good quality phone. And she has the exact same problems with Snapchat as I do. So that's what I would say is with Snapchat, it's an annoying app. It's a resource hog of an app. It's definitely one of those apps where, like, I don't see a lot of purpose behind it for a single guy, but broads love that app. Broads absolutely adore Snapchat. So
Is it because you can message stuff and the message gets deleted forever immediately after
yes,
you send it?
yes, Snapchat's one of the most popular apps among people who cheat for that reason. Is because when you send a snap, it's a picture or a video, and you can only replay it a maximum of one time, and then just like that, it is gone forever.
And I think if you take a
So
screenshot, the person you took a screenshot of gets alerted or something.
yes, they get notified exactly. So let's imagine that you're a sleut. Let's imagine that you're a woman who is cheating on her husband. Now, if you want to show another man your tits, all you got to do is just, take him out and then snap a quick picture and then send it off to whatever guy it is that you're flirting with. If he takes a screenshot of that, then you know that he violates your trust and you're like, "Oh, you son of a bitch," and then you just cut contact with him. And I don't know because I haven't gone into it and everything, but I think there may be a security option where you can disable people taking screenshots of your snaps, but I'm not totally sure.
Well,
So
that's why
I'm
you get a second phone and you take a picture of the Snapchat phone with your other phone.
Lamau, exactly. But yeah. So that's what happens, you know, if you end up having a spouse who goes through your phone and you know they look through your different snap conversations and everything, they can't see what you sent. Especially if you run the settings, you can have your settings to where messages get deleted as soon as you see them.
Yeah.
So you open up the message and you look at it, and then you back out of that conversation. You can have the setting to where as soon as you do that, the message instantly deleted, gone forever.
So it's like some Mission Impossible type shit.
Essentially, Snapchat is the #1 app that is used by cheaters. That doesn't mean that that's what Snapchat's for, and that doesn't mean that if you see someone who has Snapchat on their phone that they're cheating. But Snapchat's qualities and functionality as an app makes it highly appealing to cheaters for the reasons discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading Chris Anderson's Wikipedia page right now. Yeah, after he left Miami, he stayed 2 seasons after LeBron left, and then pretty much when Wade decided to leave, that was when, you know, Wade leaving coincided with Bosch having to retire because of the medical issues, and like everything just went to shit at the same time. Plus, it was also the resurgence of Hassan Whiteside, so the timing was real bad for Chris Anderson there. So they traded him to the Grizzlies, where he was reunited with Chalmers, Lamau. But even though he contributed a lot for the Grizzlies, they just really didn't find a good use for him because Memphis is a poverty franchise. We all know that. So at the end of that season, he was an unrestricted free agent. He signed with the Cavaliers to reunite with LeBron. And he was doing pretty good, but in December of 2016, he tore his ACL.
Yeah, rip. I still
Yeah,
remember the
that
dunk
that it.
contest he was in.
Yeah, that ACL tear ended his career. Because by the time that happened, let's see, he's 45 now. That was 6 years ago. He was 39 when he tore his ACL.
Really impressive he was still in the NBA at 39 either way.
Oh, I completely agree with you. Because born in 1978.
Yeah, Rug, I don't think I would ever let a girlfriend or wife or whatever go through my phone. I can't see any scenario where I would be on board with that. I agree. Okay. Okay, so. Okay.
God forbid she finds your fucking wiki feet profile. But
You know, I've never posted on that site.
Lamau. Anyway, let's see here. All of you
Not that I use
can suck my ass.
Not that I use this app a ton either, but it feels like Instagram is a much more attractive app and has a much better layout than Snapchat. And I feel like you can accomplish most of the same things.
Um, I'm just trying to remember what Instagram was like on my phone. Uh, when I used to
Oh, you
use
don't
that.
use it anymore?
No, but I mean, when it comes right down to it, most social media apps are like pretty much exactly the same. Very few differences, to me at least. So I mean, like, I'm not gonna sit here and fucking be on the team for fucking any of these. But, eh. Anyway, yeah, to finish the thought on Birdman here. Would have been 39 in 2017, 38, 37, 36, 35. Nice. So, yeah, Miami really revitalized his career because even after he left, he still managed to, get paid by several other teams before he finished, retires at 39. And with his age and what he'd been through by that point, especially the um, ban from the league for using drugs, if it hadn't have been for the fact that fucking Miami picked him up, he would have been done right there, and they saved his career without a doubt.
Mhm. All right. Well, here we go.
Okay, now see, you can talk all you want about, oh my god, he looked so good in the Summer League, he actually scored points. How often does a guy get dunked on in the Summer League? There's a horrible sign.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's happening.
Yeah. You know, when Yao Ming came to the NBA, one thing that the naysayers of Yao Ming thought, why they thought Yao Ming wasn't going to be good, was people would go out of their way to humiliate him because he was such a big deal before he even played in the NBA. Like people, I remember reading articles that are like, guys like Shaq are going to make it a point to score like 100 points on this guy every time they play, and that didn't really end up happening. But I could see it with Victor a little bit for the same reason. Like, this guy's the most hyped
Yeah.
college prospect since.
Because that happens to everybody who gets hyped. And the difference between guys who deserve the hype and those who don't is how they actually handle that. Because exactly what you're talking about, like I've been talking about it before. Shaq himself fucking got that same shit. Because he was superbly hyped coming into the league. He was getting crazy amounts of money thrown at him. He was a huge celebrity. He was having sex with all kinds of famous celebrities and making tons of money, getting crazy sponsorship deals. They were absolutely positively dedicated to doing everything they could to stop this guy from getting any kind of accolades at all. Where David Robinson made it a point to deny Shaq the scoring title in his second or third season and went to such a crazy length to do that his team fucking let him drop 71 fucking points. Literally just one of the most shameless displays we've ever seen in the history of the NBA, just to fucking stat pad enough to make sure that he took the scoring title away from Shaq.
Yeah.
And Shaq responded by dunking on David Robinson at every conceivable opportunity he had for the rest of his career, including one of the greatest poster dunks in the history of the All-Star game. Absolutely butt blasting the shit out of that guy in the playoffs over and over and over again.
Yeah. David got butt blasted a lot in the playoffs. Like, he would.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I definitely see that happening with Wembanyama, too. And some guys are going to go at him like crazy.
Like, I'm sure to a certain extent that was also the case with, like, LeBron. But LeBron was good enough to be able to, overcome that and still ended up having a pretty phenomenal rookie year, all things considered.
Yeah, LeBron is probably the best to ever come out of high school ever. And what I mean by that is I don't think anybody who had in their rookie year coming straight out of high school, I don't think anyone's ever been better.
Yeah, I mean, Moses Malone is like the only guy you could even discuss, I think. Maybe Amari Stoudemire was good, but he wasn't as good as LeBron.
Crazy, crazy shit, man.
You know, that thing I said about Yao Ming being the case, I think the first time Yao Ming and Shaq played against each other, Yao Ming actually did really well. I think he blocked Shaq like on Shaq's first 3 field goal attempts.
I can't remember too much. I didn't pay a ton of attention to Yao.
Well, Rage, I think they just kind of felt like it wasn't really. I don't think it was Kwame Brown. It was just like the collective overall effect of having all these players with potential below their potential because they would go straight from the high school to the NBA because I think Javaris Crittenton did it. Like, what is that guy doing not going to college for a year or two? He's not that good. But he wants that immediate money, so he just decides to declare early, even though he knows it probably means he's going to be a bust. And they decided they didn't want to deal with that anymore. Maybe Andrew Bynum doesn't flame out in the second half of his career if he goes to college for at least a year. Who knows? Kendrick Perkins might have gone straight from high school to NBA as well. And, like, Kendrick Perkins is a decent player, but is he
Is
really...
a complete moron.
Yeah. But is he such a great player that he just had to not deprive the NBA of his talents for an extra year? No.
Years and Saxon halls, tread upon sacred place of ours.
I do love how obvious ESPN is making it that they're firing everybody who's actually, like, good because they get paid too much and they're keeping people that are bad. Like, they kept Kendrick Perkins, but they're letting, like, Jeff Van Gundy go, you know? And I don't even like Jalen Rose that much, but they're getting rid of Jalen Rose and keeping Doris Burke. It's like, what the hell? It's a super obvious financial decision.
Oh, Christ.
What?
Just laughing at irony. Anyway,
You just realized your life is a comedy.
when I used to think it was a comedy. Wait. That's correct. Man, this sucks. I feel super bad for my fucking king that I'm playing as in Crusader Kings 3. Because, let me tell you something, man. In the span of 3 years, he's had his wife die and 3 of his friends die.
How old is he?
Oh, um, he is 59.
Oh, he's not even that old.
Yeah, so my wife at the time was my soulmate also, so that was like a super huge blow to the stress levels. 2 of the friends that died were both his best friend. First his best friend of a very long time, and then his new best friend after his old best friend died. And then also in my last war, I've got 5 sons, and my second oldest, so not my heir, but my second oldest was killed in battle. All in the span of 3 years. So my lad is having an absolutely dreadful time.
Hang in there,
Oh
King.
fuck, man. Yeah, seriously. I feel so bad for this guy.
I guess back then, living to 60 was actually pretty old, but it doesn't seem like the age when you should expect to start losing everyone you care about.
Seriously.
Oh, that's a... God, they have wings. I've always found ants to be fascinating, but winged ants, like, fuck winged ants, man. Oh, shit. Double fuck you, winged ants. You almost one-hit KO'd me.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about something that actually exists in real life. I was like, ants have wings now? What the fuck? When did that happen?
Die, motherfucker. There we go. Oh, I just got a lot of runes. Awesome. May I please have a water?
Did you say, may I please have a Whopper?
May I please have a water?
May I please have a Whopper, 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 Whopper?
Oh, did you ever see that video? I don't know if I linked this to you or not. There's this video of a guy who was watching ESPN. He was a Blazers fan, and like ESPN was covering the Dame trade request right after Dame made the request. So the guy is like crying because he's a Blazers fan and he loves Dame and he's sad that they're gonna trade Dame now. And like ESPN cuts to commercial and it just starts playing the Burger King commercial.
Nice.
And he was like, every fucking time.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was great.
At BK, have it your way. You know, I have never had sushi, reggae. Cold seafood sounds absolutely unappealing to me. Like, there are some seafoods that I don't like anyway, but the idea of cold seafood is just like, absolutely not.
Oh shit, another one of my friends died. God damn, it's getting tough.
You should just replace the picture of your king with the sad Wojak. Or
Oh,
does he?
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Alright, sorry.
No, I was saying you should replace the portrait picture of your king in game with a picture of the. What's the Wojak that just looks kind of neutral but he's sad? You should just replace him with a picture of that.
Jeez.
Or maybe the seething Wojak. I don't know. How does your king handle disappointment? Does he just get sad or get angry? Does he cope? Does he seethe or does he maul?
All the above.
Yeah, never. All right. OP. Please. Please. Oh. All right, only 2 more games left before the All-Star break. I'd say life is going fairly well at the moment. Ball don't lie. Yeah, at some point in the next probably couple years when things really slow down, I can maybe spend a month or two getting into a game like Crusader Kings 3, but I just don't want to do it and still have a bunch of other stuff going on that I know is going to like split my focus. Because games like that take all your focus. Like if we went back and played EU4 now, I would have to relearn most of the game. I would not remember it very well at all, so
Yeah, that's no, I completely agree with you. Cause fucking it's a fucking shit heap, dude. Like my life sucks so much ass. It's all over the fucking place. Nothing's stable. Oh god, I hate it. So yeah, here's hoping that things get better. Son of a fucking bitch. You gotta be shitting me.
did another friend die?
No, I spent a shitload of fucking money to set up a hunt. And it's a falconry hunt. Because I recently, like a year previously, I got a falcon as a gift from one of my vassals. And it's a really fucking spectacular bird. So I'm like, oh, this will be easy. I'll go out, have a good time, and really reduce my stress. The fucking bird, my brand new falcon, gets fucking jumped on by a fucking vulture, of all things, and fucking ripped apart.
I did not think a vulture would win that battle.
And there was like there legitimately, the game told me there was a 2% chance that shit was gonna happen.
Jesus. It's like rain
Son
on
of
your
a...
wedding day.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm genuinely about to fucking just reload a save, because this is horseshit. Like,
I mean, I hope you don't mind me saying that that's actually fucking hysterical. Like I
well,
know you're
I
upset.
mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, the like, the load of fucking just too many things are happening. It's like,
I
how is
did.
this?
I
How's
thought a
this even a thing? Like,
falcon.
come on.
I thought a falcon would eat a vulture's ass out if they got in a fight, man.
Yeah, I'd think so too, but whatever, I guess.
It is kind of interesting to see animal fights in the wild, like rooster fights. Not like cockfighting, but when roosters are actually fighting over hens and they're like fighting to the death, not because humans are making them, but because like they want all the chickens to them, all the hens to themselves. Like I find that to be pretty fascinating. Oh god. I didn't know they could do that. Dude, are they spawning infinitely? Oh god. Get out of here. Is this it? Is this all of them? Or should I just keep going? I'm worried they infinitely spawn and I'm just spinning my wheels. But yeah, Asanti, to reply to something that you said earlier, I don't understand all the apps that are basically just glorified texting, like there's something wrong with just texting. Is there some sort of privacy factor here that I seriously doubt the apps are more secure in transmissions than SMS. I don't know. Like when you think about it, given the fact that Instagram started out as a social media site to share pictures, it's kind of weird that that's become such a prolific instant messaging program now. Like that's almost the main function of it, it feels like. Oh, WhatsApp, yeah. I've heard of WhatsApp. And there's Line app. I know that's a thing. Yeah, I don't really know what the purpose of any of them are. Just kind of confuses me. In the river. Yeah.
Fully, I decided to throw a feast, and it worked out really, really good for us.
Sometimes you got to eat your feelings.
Uh, that got rid of all the stress.
Is there an option to like have your king like whack off or something?
No.
Your king can become a drunkard. Hmm. Well, it sounds to
Yeah.
me like Snacks's king was on the verge of becoming a drunkard.
Oh no, when you have lots of stress, when you have lots of stress, there's what's called a mental break, where any number of different things could end up happening. One of you get a choice in terms of how you want to handle the stress, especially if it's something like a really close person to you passes away. I had this when I had a mental break because my wife died. Again, wife was soulmate, so you can imagine that it'd be like really devastating and shit. Um, it was you could either choose to become a drunkard because you just drink the pain away, or you could sit there and choose to become someone who shuns food as a result, because it's all like, life has lost its luster and food doesn't taste as good anymore. Or you could be somebody who just like processes all that shit inwardly and just like tries to put put all those bad feelings down and lock it away deep inside you. But that's not a good decision to make because that will drastically reduce your player's health.
A
So
video once of these birds. I think they were like finches. And the male bird woke up one day to find out that his wife, the female bird, was dead. And he just started like freaking out and panicking. And a minute later, he was dead. He just had like a heart attack or something. That's how it goes sometimes. Yes, we got one. Yes, we got one. And gluttonous or a sex addict? Well, I mean, not that I should be really surprised by this anymore, but it always does impress me how detailed these games are in terms of like how much they've thought of things.
I see.
Alright, we did it. We have maxed out our Mimic Ash. Hopefully the game lets us summon him every now and then. What are you talking about, Rye Guy? I'm sure there are plenty of disgusting videos on YouTube. But I don't know what one specifically that you're talking about. Have to burn through money. Okay. Now all we gotta do is get our last level up. We gotta get up to 100 grand. Hey. I have heard, Rye Guy, about how people are sneaking like really explicit videos onto YouTube by labeling them as educational. I've heard that, but I haven't seen that video, no. And I don't really care to. But I have heard that people are sneaking garbage onto YouTube that way. Very nice. Like, I think that there were people uploading videos on YouTube for kids of, like, Spider-Man being pregnant or something.
Oh god. What the fuck? Jesus.
And YouTube was somehow okay with it because technically it didn't violate their TOS somehow. God dang it. Let's see if this is better. I think it's actually pretty close, but this does so much more physical damage, which is obviously what I care about. So I'm kind of tempted to go like this. There you are. Get off me. You guys are disgusting, every last one of you. Yeah, speaking of internet censorship, apparently Threads is very censorship happy so far, so
Yeah,
that's
I
a...
saw that Stone Tusk comic.
Yeah.
What if there was way more censorship?
What if there were no users? That's Gap.
It's yeah, seriously. It's exactly like I said, where Threads is going to be big tech's attempt to create a Twitter alternative since Elon pulled the rug out from under them of what they had turned Twitter into, which was the ability to sell influence to large businesses, organizations, and governments. So Threads will just be their attempt to get that back. So you can see, obviously, that that's the plan with the level of censorship that they have in mind, what they're already doing. What they just need to do, though, is actually get people to use the fucking thing to justify all that crap, and I don't think that's going to happen because Zuckerberg's been fucking swinging and missing pretty goddamn hard for the last couple of years, so...
We shall see. Oh my god, I do no damage. Okay, that doesn't really stagger him, so that's not really doing him any favors. There we go. Finally dropped one of you fuckers.
You know, fun fact is I'm listening to some of Christopher Lee's music right now, as I love that man. Um, that wonderful deep voice that he's so famous for. Uh, when you watch interviews and video footage of him speaking when he's young, like before his hair ever went gray, he doesn't have that deep voice. And you start to realize, oh shit, he got that from smoking. So kids, if you want to have a great voice like Christopher Lee, you should take up smoking.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. David Hayter tweeted about Metal Gear Solid Con the other day, and he cannot do the Solid Snake voice at all anymore. It's kind of depressing. Like
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
it is gone.
Like current Marge Simpson levels have gone, or even
Kinda,
worse.
yeah. Yeah, something like that. It's too bad. Like, I don't know if he was a great voice actor, but he became relatively iconic. And I don't know if that was because he was, trying too hard to sound cool, and it ended up kind of working for how over the top Metal Gear Solid is, or what, but it became iconic in its own way. So the question is, when they remake Snake Eater, are they gonna go with Kiefer, or are they going to get a David Hayter impersonator? Because it's a pretty easy voice to impersonate.
Well, the answer is they could never, ever, under any circumstances, do Kiefer, because they've already sold this game as being, it'll be the same experience. So that being the case, people have been wondering for a while: are they going to re-record the voice lines and the script is the same, or will they just port over the already existing audio? This is a strong indicator of the latter, where they'd port over the audio, because if he can't do the voice anymore, they kind of have to. But their intention from the start was to have it be the original Snake voice. Anyway, hi Nick.
Oh, hey Nick, what's up?
What's up?
Same old, same old.
What's up?
On
How's
the Elden Ring grind.
on that Sigma Elden Ring grind set?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for a truce
How
to
many
expire
hours?
in Crusader Kings 3. I want to kill this Welsh fuck so badly.
Close to 70
You
hours
should
now
murder
on
him
Elden
and then
Ring.
declare war on his kids.
I'm
70
waiting
hours
for
to
my
finish it?
I'm waiting for my character to die before I do that, because he is honest and just. So, for the duration of his lifetime, I've been completely without intrigue of any kind, because all of it would just give him like critical amounts of stress. This dude would constantly be having mental breakdowns if he was murdering children. I'm like, dude, you are so bad for Crusader Kings. He's not even fucking a sister. He's not murdering a child. Like, this guy is not
Oh my
Crusader Kings
goodness.
material.
This guy's a terrible medieval warlord.
Seriously.
Yeah, this guy is
Uh,
like fucking.
What's cool, though, is that I have been able to marry my children off to their relatives, just not himself. He's all like,
yeah.
hey, if my kids want to fuck each other, that's fine. I'm just not. It's just not for me.
A true libertarian.
Yeah, pretty much.
No,
Yeah.
do you remember the thing from the libertarian debate in 2016 where the libertarian candidate said, like, no, you should not be allowed to sell a heroin to a 5-year-old? And then the audience
He got
started
booed.
booing.
He got booed for that. He's like, no, I don't think you should be able to sell meth to children. Ooh. Oh, man.
That reminds me of. There's another moment at the libertarian debate where they asked, like, should you require driver licenses? And the person said, like, what's next? A license to toast toast with a toaster?
I knew a guy who was legitimately against driver's licenses. He believed that anybody should be allowed to drive until you get into an accident. Like, he thought blind people should be allowed to drive until they actually get in an accident.
Wow.
He was an anarchist.
He sounds retarded.
He was
Not gonna lie.
different. He was different. It was a big Ron Paul guy, I remember. It was on Game FAQs. Not on the NBAP, to be clear, Snacks. This is not somebody you would have known.
Okay, I'm looking through your chat right now, and I'm seeing people talk about how YouTube is letting people upload videos of them shaving their own ass hair.
Yeah, apparently YouTube, as long as you label the video as educational, you can you can get away with almost anything. Like, you can upload porn and say, like, oh, it's educational to a sex ed class, and apparently they're being pretty generous with what they're letting through. It's, like, becoming a real problem.
Yeah, it sounds like a problem. So you could show somebody just raw dogging, and as long as
Yeah,
I don't know, as long as you educational.
Apparently there's, like, this video of these two guys having sex, and it's labeled, like, educational yoga video. It'll teach you yoga moves, and then they make up yoga moves that are just having sex. And somehow this gets through YouTube's algorithm.
We call this one downward facing pickle.
Yeah, basically. Like, you go, oh, here's a fun yoga position to do with multiple people. And then it's just two guys banging.
No. June is over.
It's pretty bad.
Stop being gay, please.
Mm-hmm. This effort is no longer profitable.
I mean, on some level, I do respect the fact that they are so openly just using it as a shill for their own products. You know?
Yes.
It's like they immediately remove it as soon as the month is over. And even the pro-gay people make fun of it.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I need to switch my VPN's location back out of the Middle East. Finally. They'll stop telling me that there are hot Habibis in my area.
Okay, so Santi has recently gotten a side job where he reviews other people's search requests and checks them for accuracy or something. And he says he's seen videos of women wearing lingerie with their pussy out, reviewing the lingerie, and it passes YouTube's algorithm because they're reviewing a product. They just have their pussy out.
It's just completely out and about.
Basically. And I remember last year there was a thing on, like, YouTube Kids, you know, the YouTube Kids app where you can only watch the videos that are approved for kids. Some really weird shit was sneaking through, like videos of Spider-Man giving birth to...
Yeah, pregnant Elsa.
Yeah, pregnant Elsa. Like, what?
Yeah.
How does this happen?
Yeah, I did a quick search on YouTube for lingerie review, and you can tell which ones are exactly like you're talking about because they're the ones with millions of views.
At that point, why don't you just watch porn?
That's exactly my question. I'm like, dude, what? Why would you not? Like,
I mean, a couple years ago, Pornhub got cracked down on hard. Like, so many videos got deleted off Pornhub because they were copyrighted and stuff. So you got to go somewhere else now.
Oh yeah, and now they're... I'm ashamed for even knowing this, but it's only... like, there's no longer user-generated content. It's all, like, officially approved channels. Because of allegations of rapey kind of stuff and
Yeah,
possible minors.
those were the days.
Yeah, but now it's all gone.
Yeah. Well, pretty soon, all of Pornhub is just going to be, like, AI, right? Pretty soon, it's just going to be all, like, AI-generated pornography.
Jesus Christ. There's yeah.
It sort of removes the point
The
of there being a point.
breastfeeding
Right?
tutorial hand expression of breast milk educational. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Snacks, look at what Santi just said in the chat. This is relevant to your interests.
I'm not in the thing.
Okay, he just said there was some weird video of anime characters being farted on.
That's pretty funny. That's hilarious. Yes, wow, 3.6 million views. Breast milk hand expression teaching part 7 how to express breast milk. Literally just naked boobs out here. And this is not a breast milk tutorial.
I think
Oiled up her tits and she's shaking them around and bouncing them around and just like this is
She's
not,
just oiling up her tits and bouncing them.
exactly, this has nothing to do with breast milk at all.
You know, I'm starting to think my YouTube channel is making the wrong kind of content.
Exactly.
You should do oh god, never mind now. So you should do the thug shaker.
I don't even know what that is. I'd have to look it up.
Wow.
Don't.
8 million views. Brazilian wax tutorial. Brazilian wax bikini. Brazilian waxing for the first time live. Literally, she's just got her fucking growler out right in front of God and everybody, and just, hey guys, here I'm gonna teach you how to take care of all this. Like, literally, just got her cunt right in front of the camera. Wow.
I've never heard anyone call it a growler before.
Yeah, that's a very interesting word to use.
Yeah.
You call it that when it's very hairy and angry looking.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, if it's a tutorial for a Brazilian waxing, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, you want to make it as hairy as possible so people can get more education. I don't know.
Literally shaving her asshole too. Wow. She's showing all the goods, everything.
It's a 70s hippie mama.
All you got to do is just call it educational, and then just like that.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely surprised I don't see a link to her OnlyFans in the bio. Like, what the fuck?
So my next video should just be me doing goatsy, right? That's what we should do. That's how I take advantage of this.
No, I've got the perfect idea. Do you remember the meme rock blocking?
I'm not sure.
Well, what guys would do is that they would post Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock. They'd post his face as a way to censor porn.
Mm-hmm.
They'd call it the rock block.
Okay.
So they would just Photoshop his face, over, like, some girl's got her tits out, so they put his face over the nipples. That's what you should do. Put your face to censor adult images like that. That's what you do. And what you do is you call it educational, and you say this is an educational video to teach people how to properly censor adult images by photoshopping.
Yeah, maybe you could like green screen your Seahawks commentary over like a still image of some hentai or something. Like, so you could
Perfect idea.
The Seahawks running backs, and in the background you can
do a collaboration with Russell Wilson. Say, this is how you apologize to the Seattle fan base. Film a video of you watching another man fuck your wife. And then you'll air that footage on your YouTube channel, and then just have your commentary play over it for every video that you do from now on that has to do with Russell Wilson at all.
I mean, that sounds pretty complicated. I could just do like the Pain Olympics.
Jesus, tap dancing Christ.
Nicholas, have you ever seen the Pain Olympics?
We're not
no.
about that shit.
Okay.
Good lord.
Well, don't. It's one of the famous React video fodder videos that's ever been made.
What do you do in the Pain Olympics?
It's a video of people doing stuff that humans shouldn't do to their bodies.
Like, how bad is it?
I think one guy in the video like actually cuts his cock off.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I was expecting something a lot better than that.
Yeah, I think there's this one person who like smokes a cigarette out of their butt, something like that. Although that's not really like painful so much as it is bizarre. It could be painful, maybe. I don't know. Don't worry, ads are running right
Yeah.
now. Nobody can hear what I'm saying.
Good.
Yeah, I don't want to see a video of a
I
dude
wish
chopping his
wish
dick
I was
off.
getting ads also. Good grief.
Yeah, if ISIS really wanted to intimidate people, they should have shown videos of them castrating.
I mean, isn't that basically the purpose of those videos they made with like the civilian reporters that they would capture and like behead? It's the same basic idea.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I downloaded one of those videos once, but it wouldn't run on my computer, and I'm kind of glad it didn't, I guess.
I would suppose that's a good thing as well. I think that would fuck you up.
I don't know, like, I've seen the Bud Dwyer video, and it didn't really do anything to me. You know?
Is that the cartel beheading?
No, that was, I think he was like the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, and he had been falsely accused of embezzlement, and he was going to go down. The whole thing was bullshit, but he was going to go down and he knew it.
Yeah.
So he called a press conference and pulled out a revolver and just blew his brains out right in front of like 100 reporters.
And it was
Oh.
broadcast live.
Hmm.
Again, he was framed. It came out probably around 10 or 15 years after he was killed, or after he killed himself, that he had been framed, and yeah, vindication for his family, but obviously, still fucking traumatizing and shit. But the people responsible went to jail for a long time. I'm reasonably sure they're still there.
Yeah. But like it
It
didn't really
should.
do anything for me. It was just like, oh, okay, that's a lot of blood.
Did you ever watch Two Girls, One Cup?
I watched the first 20 seconds of it, and then I turned it off when I realized what it was. I'm not watching that.
I've avoided it.
Yeah. One time I got goat seed. One time I got the meat. I remember meat spin snacks. I got that one once.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one's not that bad. It's just fucking weird.
Man.
What is it?
Meat spin is the easiest way to explain it is that it's an infinitely looping GIF of two dudes fucking, and the name meat spin comes from the guy who's playing the woman in this instance. His wiener's flopping around in a helicopter in circular formation. Spinning meat.
Classy.
And the whole time that's going on, you've got the song, "You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby." So if you actually go to listen to that song on YouTube, a lot of the comments will bring up Meat Spin.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's
One of
That's-
the...
That's a lot of people's experience with the actual song nowadays.
Yeah. One of the sites that me and Snacks grew up on was YTMND, which is still around. I don't think anybody really uses it anymore. But a lot of the really messed up stuff that I saw on the internet was on YTMND. That was such a good website, though. It had so many great memes.
Lemon Party?
As an example. Why the fuck are we talking about all this shit? People are gonna come into the stream and wonder what the hell's wrong with us.
I don't know.
No.
Before we go off of it,
Even
though,
more
I am
than
going
usual.
to describe what the thug shaker is.
Okay.
Okay? It's when a dude strips down to being bare naked and then does the I guess it's sort of a different word for the helicopter penis.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
very similar to meat spin.
Good lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's less like it's concentrated, like on actually spinning it as much as he's just gyrating his hips. So that's what the thug shaker is. Yeah. So how was y'all's week?
Pretty good. Pretty good, I would say. Excited for the weekend.
What are you doing this weekend?
Now, oh shit! Can you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I kicked a wire for a second. Well, tomorrow I'm actually going to kind of have the place to myself for a while. So, I'm probably not going to be able to stream very many video games or whatever. But I got some stuff I got to do, like, upstairs, so that's going to be kind of nice to get out of the way. And, we're going to try to leave our dogs alone in the house for just like, 5-10 minutes or whatever, but we've never really done it before, so kind of interested to see how they handle that. I think they'll be fine, but experiments. It's also All-Star Week, although the game isn't until what, Tuesday, but that's exciting. Shit.
I guess baseball season has a while to go.
Oh yeah, we still got like over like 75 plus games per team. Oh god. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is really bad. Get away from me. I need to heal so badly. I need to heal. There we go. Scarlet Rot is some bullshit. I don't appreciate it.
Oh, the Braves are #1 in the NL? Didn't even realize.
Braves are always good, man. The Braves are ridiculously consistent in their ability, despite not spending that much money to field these hyper elite teams. They just don't win the World Series that much for some reason, but they're always like right in the mix.
So like the Niners.
Kinda. Obviously, money isn't really a factor in football because every team basically has the same general amount. But, I mean, some teams also abuse bonus money a lot more than others because they can afford it. So, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big Country, I've never seen Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life.
It's not that bad. Just bizarre.
Let's see here. So now that the firework job is over, are you looking to get another job, or are you just going to chill for a while?
Gonna chill and do classes.
Good call.
I'm kind of done doing this shit. And that'll be the last summer job I ever have to do.
Very nice.
So I can stop being a day laborer.
Well, I mean, working at a fireplace stall is probably better than a lot of other summer jobs you could get, I think. Like, that's not bad.
It was a lot better than a water park or lifeguarding.
Yeah.
We were way overstaffed. So you could legitimately just show up and do nothing all day, then go home.
And they didn't care? They didn't get mad at you or nothing?
I mean, well, they sent some people home eventually, but
Yeah.
a good gig
God.
for a while.
Expires December. Okay. Yes.
It just occurred to me that I lost my ability to do a meme video of me trying the Grimace Shake already because they already stopped selling it.
They stopped selling the Grimace Shake?
Yeah, it was just for the month
Yeah.
of June.
Damn.
I should have done the taste test video.
Yes, you should have. See, I think we're about to undergo a humongous recession because a lot of people who used to work at McDonald's will now quit because now that the Grimace milkshake is no longer being sold, all these people who got a job at McDonald's specifically to spend all day milking Grimace don't get the opportunity to do that anymore, and you just can't make up for that.
You know, it was actually a really clever way for them to not have to do anything for Pride Month. Just they just made Grimace's birthday last the whole month.
That's an outstanding point. I love it.
Shit's so purple, it's asking where's Rom.
I don't get it.
You don't get what I just said?
I just get.
Okay.
It is so purple, it's trying to hook up with a 12-year-old girl.
I don't understand. Is this political? It's Tuesday.
Yeah, you should have done that, Nicholas, when you were working your job at the firework place. On Monday, you show up with your balls sticking through your zipper and be like, hey, it's Nutsack Monday.
Well, no, you can only do that once it's very clear that you know you're going to get laid off anyway.
Mhm.
Especially because July 4th was on a Tuesday. You could sit there and show up on the holiday with your nuts out. Hey, boss, check it out. Nutsack Monday. Tuesday, you're fired.
I don't get it. What's the political message?
It's Nutsack Wednesday.
My
I
favorite
only have
one is
my
still
balls
when
out
the
on-
when the
sorry.
genie's dying and he's like, if you wish for medical treatment to help me, I will break the highest genie code and give you infinite wishes. He's like, I wish you were gay.
Have you seen those, Nicholas, the RGC comics?
No?
Okay, hold on. Uh,
He's,
let me see if I can find it. They're kind of hard to find on the internet these days. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Nicholas, you can, generally speaking, if me and Snacks are on call, you can pretty much jump in most any time. It's pretty
Okay.
rare when it wouldn't be a good time.
Okay. I was just double checking.
hmm It can happen, but it's pretty rare. I wouldn't worry about it too much. The guy who makes those comics, there's something really wrong with him. Like, Snacks, remember Poopy Rapey?
yeah. That was great.
Sounds like an upstanding individual.
Yeah, like, there's definitely something wrong with him, but it manifested itself perfectly into brilliant comics like that one.
Absolutely hilarious. Because The fucking setup on Poopy Rapey was great because he was just justifying for all sorts of different reasons why throughout the entire year he wouldn't take a shower. Until finally he reveals his nefarious scheme. He's created some kind of contraption where he has a bunch of women hooked up to smell receptors to just force him to inhale his BO. Oh god.
Is this guy a Twitter user?
Well,
He used to be. This was years ago, and obviously he got banned off pretty much the entire internet for being way too based.
yeah, and
Um,
I mean, genuinely demented. In fairness, like there's
Yes.
something wrong with him.
Yeah. The star that burns twice as bright lasts half as long.
Yeah, he's like the modern day Hunter S. Thompson, I guess. I don't know.
He's not the hero we deserve. He's the one we needed. Yeah, the only one of those types of guys I keep up with is Stone Toss.
Yeah, I like Foxford more than Stone Toss. Foxford comics are excellent.
Yeah. Stone Toss may never miss, but Foxford goes where Stone Toss dare not.
Yeah, and his new website is actually really pleasantly laid out.
Speaking of which, since we were just talking about it, this one's fucking good. Check out the new comic.
Oh, Foxford?
Any Stone Toss? Or Foxford?
No, the new Foxford. Yeah.
The thing with Foxford is he'll update on his own schedule. Sometimes he'll go like 8 months without updating.
And then all of a sudden, in a span of a week, he drops like 7 comics.
Oh, okay. It took me a second to get that one. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got it, chum.
I need a ginger.
Hey,
God.
Foxford's plan ended up working out because the Little Mermaid remake bombed at the box office.
Exactly.
Nefarious plan worked perfectly.
A dyslexic
Casting
Disney.
director.
Casting director has completely brought down the company. What a meme.
Asante, do we know if Mr. Metokur is dead yet or not?
Yes.
Is there any way for us to know for sure, or are we just forever going to not know if he beat cancer or not? I guess you never really beat cancer. It gets you eventually. But I guess it's possible that he's surviving for now.
Rest in peace, Norm.
Should have asked for a water. That's true. What I really should have done on my way out is asked for a water.
Your court date would have been set for August. Really should have done that when I went into Burger King to get my crown. Now that I think about it. Should have just asked for a water.
Yeah, how do you think that would have went?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Wow, how about that?
What's up?
I have already created an excellent example of the worst that Crusader Kings has to offer. West Francia, which is still ruled by the Carling dynasty, the heirs of Charlemagne.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Their king at the start of the game was willing to marry one of my daughters. So my grandson is currently the king of West Francia because my son-in-law apparently died from a seizure a few months ago. So I just got the notice that my granddaughter, now this is the eldest daughter of my son and heir, is old enough to marry, so I sorted by alliance power for the possible marriage. Apparently, I can marry my grandson, the King of West Francia, to my granddaughter, the Princess of England. So I'm sitting here laughing because this inbred trait is warning me that their children will end up being lisping albinos that are also inbred.
Based.
And I'm all like, dude, this is awesome. I can create a family of mongoloids. This is wonderful because think about it from the eternal rivalry of France and England's perspective. Is that my son and heir is really good, and his son that he ended up having is also really fucking good. So my granddaughter's brother, my grandson, is really fucking good. He's heading in the right eugenics pathway. He's going to be the king of England. The wrong eugenics pathway with all the fucking inbred von Habsburg fucking demon shit is ending up going to be the king of France. This is wonderful to me. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. How is this the worst the game has to offer? It sounds like the best the game has to offer to me.
Exactly.
Sounds like your eugenics program is going well.
Yeah, my... Excuse me. He's already got great stats for a 10-year-old. He's going to be great as an adult. He is comely and a genius.
Comely, what does that mean?
That's the old way that people used to say attractive.
Oh.
Yeah, there's the inheritable traits, the that are called congenital traits, have different tiers.
Mm-hmm.
You have quick, intelligent, and genius, and you have this is for comely. Good check in the.
I thought that meant he was able to quickly reset.
Yeah, I know. I know what you thought it meant. Let's see here. There's hale, robust, and Herculean, which all has to do with physical strength. For physical attractiveness, there is comely, pretty, and beautiful. And the names are also different depending on gender. So like a strong man would be called Herculean, but a strong woman would be called Amazonian. Beautiful woman would be called beautiful, and a beautiful man would be called handsome.
So can you have somebody that is both inbred and like a genius? Strong.
Yes, because inbred is not a congenital trait. It's just like a marker to show that you're inbred. But being inbred doesn't deny you the ability to have the congenital traits, whether they're good or they're bad. Bad congenital traits could be lisping, albino, frail, stuff like that, like the reverses of the good stuff. Then the congenital traits can also be the good stuff, like the ones I just mentioned. Now, what's nice is that in the game, in your house menu, you have dynastic legacies, which when you get access to one every time you level up 1,250 renown, and you get renown from the number of currently living members of the dynasty, the number of rulers for the dynasty, the number of spouses to other rulers in your dynasty. So if you marry your daughter off to a king, that's just as good as having your son being a king. Note that a ruler will not generate renown if they should have any liege of the same dynasty. So, even though my son is a duke, he's not generating renown for my dynasty because I'm the king and I'm his liege at the same time. As with prestige, renown also counts toward increasing your level of splendor. Renown can be spent by the dynasty head in order to unlock dynastic legacies and influence the members of the dynasty in various ways. So there's a number of different categories. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 categories, each with 5. And when you unlock them, it's dynasty wide, so it lasts for the whole game instead of resetting on character death. And they're all positive things that make your family better. So the one I'm working on right now is called Blood. Careful breeding to produce the most worthy successors. The first tier is Noble Veins. Chance of inheriting good congenital traits plus 30%. Chance of new good congenital traits plus 30%. So, if you didn't have Quick or a Genius or anything like that, you might just shit out a kid who's suddenly a genius. And then if you marry that genius off to another genius, it boosts the chance that they'll inherit genius by 30%. Then I also have Convergent Blood, which is reinforcing congenital traits plus 30%. The next one will be Resilient Bloodline that I'll get, which is the chance of inheriting bad congenital traits minus 30%, and the chance of new bad congenital traits minus 30%. For instance, my grandson, who's the albino, who's the king of France, king of West Francia, that was just a complete fucking happenstance. Oh shit, we just shed out a kid who's just an albino. Whoopsie dingle. No one in the bloodline had ever been an albino before. But because I'm marrying off my retarded lisping granddaughter to him, they'll have lisping, retarded, inbred, albino mongoloid babies.
I
They're
mean,
gonna be awesome.
honestly,
That's a good strategy.
if the king is a lisping, that means all the subjects should start having to lisp as well along with him, so they don't embarrass him, right? That should be how that makes sense, right?
Well, that should make
Right,
it
I'm
easy for
actually-
you to claim the throne of France, then, right?
I'm actually inventing the modern day French language by. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them.
Yeah, but wouldn't also
Back
a
in the
good
year
way.
900, let me check if I can see their royal court. But yeah, there's actually a map mode I can use, which is called Court Languages. French as a language doesn't exist. They speak is called Oil Vulgar. It's like I'll type it in the chat for you guys. Hold on. Keep in mind the I in Doyle has an umlaut, and I just don't know how to make an umlaut I on my keyboard. But I can only presume that that will eventually evolve into being French.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
I have no idea.
I wonder how English will change by the time we get to like 2500 or something. Like American
We're
English.
just gonna steal more and more words
Arabic.
from other languages. Yeah, we're gonna steal words from Arabic and Mandarin. Because that's generally how English works. Ever since its inception. It's just a language for Mongoloids.
Why is DoorDash running a background check on me?
I don't know, man.
It's all ogre.
I don't know either. I can only assume it's probably got something to do with like a change in their terms of service or something. They're doing a background check on me to make sure that I'm not evil or something. I don't fucking know.
They're not
Wait.
evil.
The Goyim, no, shut it down.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, they need the Goyim to run their app.
When Goyim attack us.
I wonder if I started saying Goyslaf in public around a whole bunch of other people, if they would realize what I was talking about.
Yeah, you do not want to reveal your power level in public like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like it's such a specific and odd thing to say that they wouldn't realize what I was talking about.
Ah, that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. Holy shit. The Pope wants me to murder this guy. Holy shit.
Yeah, sometimes that
This
happens. Like,
Um, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to conquer Wales right now. And absorbed a chunk of it, and this is why I was talking about truces earlier, is because I want to know how long I got to wait to finish this guy off. But this other guy, who's making problems for me over in Wales, uh, Pope was like overjoyed to give me claims on this guy to take all of his land because he has the lowest piety score I've ever seen in the game so far. He's incestuous, a kinslayer, and an adulterer. And I'm looking through this guy's history. What he did is he tried to wage a separate war with some of my Welsh vassals that I put into place after I conquered Welsh territory before. And he wanted to take that land for himself, so he engages in that separate war with them. And the thing is, those Welsh vassals were his family. So the dude, uh, he captured his he captured his brother and his sister. He executed his brother, and then he forced his sister into marriage
Damn.
to legitimize the fucking claim. And I'm all like, dude, holy shit, this guy's like a fucking Scooby-Doo villain. So the Pope's like, okay, aside from calling a crusade here, I think you should just send in the closer. So, holy shit, man.
Mm. Yeah, people used to just get murdered a lot more than now. Like whenever a new sultan took over, the new sultan would go kill all of his brothers, just so that way there was no mixing up who had the claim to the throne.
life used to be a lot cheaper back then, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
what good are brothers, really, when you think about it?
Sounding like Skaven over here.
Yeah.
I'm still mad that we don't have the video clip of the guy saying no more Goyim after beating, what was it? After getting the entire country to get taken over by Israel, and was that EU4? Snacks knows what I'm talking about.
Hold on. Be right back.
And remember, no Goyim.
No more Goyim!
I never even played that Call of Duty.
Which Call of Duty was that?
I don't know. I feel the need to play it now, though, just so I can,
I don't know which one it is.
be an epic-based war crimes committer.
Oh my god, this is not gonna be nearly enough. Oh god, this place sucks. Dude, fuck this place. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm just trapped here. There's literally nothing I can do except die. That's cool. Yeah, this place fucking sucks. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna need to get a ton of those... preserving... Boluses. We're gonna need to get a shit ton of these fucking things.
So how many more hours do you think you have?
Probably not that many. I'm close to the end, but I mean, it's a hard game and it's a huge game, and there's a ton to do in it. So most people end up spending like 100 hours in this game, so I'm not really surprised that it's taking me so long.
Hmm. And you're at 70, so you're on track to beat the normal.
Sorry?
So you're only at 70, so you're on track to beat the normal.
Yeah. I think that some people probably mess around in the game and do more stuff than I do, but it's gonna end up. I'm gonna end up doing quite a bit of it, admittedly. See for riverbank. Jump up on the ledges behind you, next to the pillar. Jump up on the ledges. Then follow the cliff to the west. Okay. Should be able to figure this out. Alright, we already did it. Fuck yeah. Okay. We can make a decent number of these, I guess. 13. That'll be a start, at least. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a second. I gotta run upstairs and grab something. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Okay, here we go.
Welcome back.
Okay, so for some reason, Discord lately has taken a lot of the accounts that I DM with regularly, and it doesn't show me their whole name. It just shows the first letter and then a dot dot dot. What the?
It's weird.
Huh?
You're looking at it on your phone or your computer?
Computer.
Makes no sense to me because even long names I still see.
Huh? Yeah.
That is really weird.
I guess it's not really that big of a deal, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. My app's fully updated. So, Nicholas, we were talking about this a little earlier before you joined. Do you use Snapchat at all?
Yes, actually.
Do you have it on Android or iPhone?
Android?
Okay. Because I used to use it a little bit. I re-downloaded it today, and like, I don't know, there's something very unappealing and ugly about the way the app looks and works. I could be imagining it, but I don't know. It just seems like such a unpleasant app to use.
Ah. Yeah, I just mostly use it as a way to text people.
Mm-hmm.
If you're using it for anything other than that, it's
So, how many
I don't know.
how many girlfriends do you currently have right now, Nicholas?
Uh, none. But I'm talking to someone.
Okay.
I'm talking to
Because
someone.
Snacks was talking about this earlier. That's like the main appeal of Snapchat. It's easy to cheat on your significant other with it.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's the whole point. I've even heard that's a great way to filter out people that you don't want to mess with in your dating life.
Makes sense.
Just don't talk to anybody with Snapchat. But then again, nearly everybody has Snapchat. That was something I could not stay that stubborn on. I refused to download Instagram.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I find Instagram to be a much more visually appealing app that seems to work better as well.
It works better, but like I'm not interested in looking at shit on Instagram. Like if I'm feeling bored, I'm gonna turn on YouTube. And if I want to try to embarrass myself talking to women, I'll use Snapchat.
Okay. I can dig it.
Yeah. I'm actually talking to.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, oh my goodness, you're getting fucked.
I don't know. Maybe there's some strategy to moving through the muck that I don't know about that allows you to do it, like, at a reasonable pace. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm saying talking to somebody somebody else gave her my snap and she specifically asked for it, and the person that gave it to her texted me afterward and said that she thinks I was cute. So that is literally the first time that's ever happened to me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It is progress. It is progress. Very slowly.
Like, looking at this app, I don't even know where to go if I just want to look to see if any of my friends have posted a story up. Like
Okay. So what you do is you open it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You go to the big person and the little person on the bottom right.
Okay.
You tap over there, and then you can see your friends stories at the top.
I got you. Okay. It's recommending a ton of people that I should friend up, but I'm not friending up any of these fucking people.
Do you know any of them?
One or two of them.
Dude, if you want, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. All right. So
How
that's
many
not so
friends do
bad.
you already have on Snapchat?
Just a few, and they're all left over from years ago.
Oh,
Like I
are
had
they?
some. They're not super close or anything like that. It's just like friends that I have to put no effort into to continue to maintain. Like I used to work with them or something like that, you know. I used to be in a Facebook group with them, shit like that.
Do you talk to them still?
Every now and then. Just not on Snapchat.
Oh. Are they posting anything to your story or to their story anymore?
Guess I'll find out. Yes, I will find out. Again, I haven't logged into this account in a couple years.
What inspired you to log back in?
Wanted to see if the app got better, and I don't feel like it did, but we'll see. Snacks was saying it's an
Yeah.
infamous resource hog, which is one reason why his phone is almost to capacity because it's so fucking big.
Yeah. I mean, I only really use two apps on my phone, and that's Snapchat and YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the internet app and email, but I, as far as I'm concerned, that's really all you need.
I use actually a ton of different apps, but
Oh yeah, I guess I use the Discord app sometimes.
an absolute must-have.
Discord on your phone.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what I would do without that.
Uh, I don't know. Take a shower. Be involved with less minors.
Is there an actual like age barrier on Discord? Like you're not supposed to have a Discord account if you're below this age?
13.
Okay.
Let me tell you something, guys. I was reading the synopsis for the new Indiana Jones movie, and it pisses me off because there's one aspect about this film that makes me really want to see it, which is that the primary antagonist is played by Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah.
I fucking love him. Then as I'm reading the synopsis plus what Joker told me the other day, man, that shit, like, I don't want to waste my time because I know that watching it would just piss me off. And, like, dressing fact that Shia LaBeouf doesn't appear in this movie, instead of coming up with a good explanation for why he's not there, they really write him off, like kill him off screen, being like, oh yeah, well, he died in Vietnam. Really? And that's why he's not in the movie, and then you focus on some clam because you need to have a strong whammon as your fucking... Oh my god. You can't just be like, oh, by the way, went into the family business. He decided to become an archaeologist, adventuring around the world just like his dear old dad. By the way, here's your strong whammon, who's actually Mutt's wife. How about that? And we're looking after her while the kid's out adventuring on his own. Why is that hard? Oh, instead he dies in Vietnam. Dude, what the fuck? Because you needed a reason to explain why Harrison Ford is so fucking haggard?
Well,
Well, he's really upset over his son being dead.
I
Really?
mean, the thing
Doesn't
to
have anything to do with
understand
the
is
fact that he's like 90? Oh, come on, dude.
they can't put him in the movie. I think you understand that, right? Like Shia,
Hey,
they can't touch him, so they had to come up
of
with
course,
something that would justify
right, of
that.
course they can't. And what I'm saying is, there's an easy way to explain why he's not there, other than just killing him off. It's not like insulting to the established lore. Man, that is really.
You know,
Nope, he died in Vietnam.
it's pretty bad when, as Indiana Jones fans, we've gotten to the point where we're bemoaning the fact that canon established in Crystal Skull is being scrubbed out. Because Crystal Skull was not good.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate Crystal Skull, it's just not good.
Yeah, as I was reading through a lot of the different things about the new Jones movie. By the way, before I go into more stuff, because I mean, I didn't think what I was saying was a spoiler because supposedly that's something that gets brought up in like the first 5 minutes of the movie, and certainly does not impact the story at all. That it wrote off Shia's character at killed in Vietnam.
It's not brought up in the first 5 minutes, but you're right that it doesn't impact the story. I wouldn't worry about it that much.
Right. So I didn't think that I was really spoiling anything by saying that. But Nick, do you care if we spoil the hell out of this movie?
No.
Okay, and then here comes the obvious warning to those in chat who care about Indiana Jones spoilers. Probably gonna want to turn your audio off for like maybe the next 10 minutes or so. So anyway, as I'm reading about this, I'm reading the cast and everything. And Solo's in this movie. Hey, how about that? He makes his triumphant return. Oh, and wouldn't you know it, he's a fucking cab driver.
Yeah.
Really?
And the funny thing about that is he was offered the opportunity to cameo in Crystal Skull, and he said, I think the character deserves better than a cameo. And then the role that I mean, it's a cameo. Like, how did you feel like this was better than whatever you were offered for Crystal Skull? There's no way it was.
Because it's been 10 years more, and 10 years can make a lot change in terms of your perspective and financial fortunes that maybe make you accept that because you just want to get paid. What I like to think is that he's sitting there deciding that Sulla needs to appear in every other Indiana Jones movie.
I like that.
But as a cab driver, Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't know if you got to the very end of your plot synopsis, but Karen Allen shows up and she looks like shit. Like, senior citizenship hit her like a couple of sacks of bricks.
Oh, you mean Marion?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I read about that, and it's like, well, apparently they got divorced or whatever. So then, like, I feel fucking bad as I'm reading about this because I'm like, okay, so obviously Indy's father is dead because he himself is like 80 something. So
Yeah.
you know, Henry Jones Sr.'s passed away long ago. His son died in Vietnam. He only had the one kid. Wife left him. So when he goes back in time, literally he's got nothing to live for. So he's all like, yeah, why don't I just stay here? Why not? What harm could that possibly do? If you're going to sit there and say, well, he could alter the time stream. Well, Archimedes has a fucking pocket watch, which he got from the guy who already traveled back in time before he ever traveled back in time.
Yeah,
Indy
it's a
was
closed
supposed to
time
stay
loop.
behind. Right, if Indy was supposed to stay behind, he would have if you're worried about, oh, well, he could alter the time stream. He already has. Already has. Plus, again, this is a universe where aliens are real, plus so is Jesus Christ. So, like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal, anything that Indiana Jones could possibly do, other than be like, oh yeah, since I'm a super smart, doctor and everything, I happen to remember just enough about electrical theory to actually cause the Industrial Revolution 2,000 years before it should have happened. I mean, like, he's an 80-year-old man, he's probably going to catch some disease and die in like a week. Who the fuck cares? He's got nothing to go back for. His entire family is gone.
Oh.
Choose
Well,
your path, modern man.
Exactly.
Okay, I don't know if the synopsis shows the last 5 minutes of the movie, but he goes back to the present and starts re repairing his relationship with Marion. And that was kind of the point they were going for. Like, you still have something to live for. You just have to go back and fix the relationship that you had.
Still have something to live for. Just this old grandmother who.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least give him a side piece so that he can continue the bloodline. Just kidding. Seriously, it's not hard to just be like, oh, by the way, Mutt's busy because he's off doing something else. Hell, you could have had him, he's fighting in Vietnam, and that's why he's not there, but he's not dead. Just be like, yeah, he's on deployment. Okay, that makes total sense. Wait a minute. Shouldn't he be like 30 at the time? No, wait, it should be even older, because he was fucking in the 50s, and he was already, at the very least 16. I don't know. It was like 1953 that Kingdom of the Crystal Skull took place in, I think.
Well, how old do you have to be to drive a motorcycle? Because he drove a motorcycle in the movie.
And yeah, so like okay, so like we'll say he's at least 16. We'll just go ahead and say at least 16, probably older, but at least 16. And we'll also say that Kingdom of the Crystal Skull takes place in 1953, but I could easily just Google it. Kingdom of Okay, 1957. 16, and then this movie takes place in 1969, so 12 years. So he'd be 28. Now that's not super old, but it's still at the point where it's all like, I don't really see him being drafted.
No, it's established in the movie he enlisted because he was mad at his dad and wanted to spite him. You know, that old pearl.
That's just dumb as hell. There's so many easier ways that they could have just been like, yeah, he's off doing something else, other than just kill him. That's just so stupid, man.
Well, here's the real thing. Can't you just recast him? Like,
That too! Holy shit! It's not like Shia did such an amazing job that like the role's untouchable now.
It's true. They could have just recast it.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
yeah, like would anybody really be mad if they did what they've been talking about for a long time and just gotten Chris Pratt? Like, I know the ages wouldn't match up perfectly, but people have been talking about Chris Pratt as Indiana Jones forever. And, I mean, I think he has as good a chance as anybody else whenever they decide to reboot Indiana Jones, which you know they're going to do. I don't think they're going to make more, but they will probably reboot the old ones at some point. Could have gotten the kid, the main character in Dune. You could have cast him to be Indiana Jones' son. What's his name? Timothy Chalamet? Timothy Chalamet? Something like that. But he's good. He's very good. God damn it.
He's a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to the new Dune movie.
Yeah, I am too. I gotta
It's the
rewatch
only-
the first one.
It is like the only movie I think people are actually looking forward to right now. I guess other than Oppenheimer and Barbie on the same day.
Mission Impossible looks fantastic. I'm excited for that. But that comes out in 5 days. It feels like it's already here.
I completely forgot about that. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. That is a really shockingly effective franchise. The way that franchise actually got better as it went along, like, you almost never see that.
It's sort of like It's not the same thing, but it's like Fast and Furious. It's like a superhero movie, but it's not.
Yeah, but whereas Fast and Furious got more ridiculous as time went by and actually got away from what made the series kind of interesting, Mission Impossible found a really good way to embrace, like, finding a way to make it kind of feel like it's possible. Like, it's not the most absurd thing. Except for maybe the fourth one, because that one was directed by Brad Bird, who is a cartoon director at heart. So he made it feel like a live-action cartoon. Whereas Fast and the Furious is very clearly just kind of said, fuck it, and just does whatever now. Like, when they introduced Ludacris's character in the second Fast and Furious, the whole point of that character was he didn't know how to drive. And at some point, they just, without explaining it, made him a super driver like everybody else. It's like, that was the interesting character trait about Ludacris. He couldn't drive. The other characters had to drive for him, and he would be the tech guy. And then you took that away from him. Like, well, why? Why'd you do that?
This are like the fun fact everybody knows, but apparently, Vin Diesel, Dwayne the Rock Johnson, and the bald white guy, I forgot his name,
What, John Cena?
all have. No, not.
The bald white guy? You already said Vin Diesel.
That's Vin Diesel isn't white.
Oh, boy.
Just because his name is Diesel doesn't mean he's actually a car engine.
I thought you... No,
Oh
I
wait,
thought he,
did you?
I thought he was
I thought he
gonna
was.
say, like, he's Italian or something.
Yeah, I was just about to. I was like, oh wait,
Which
I
way?
was
got me.
I had no idea where my train of thought was going there. It might have been headed somewhere close to that. Okay, at the very least, he's not a wasp. Okay. Who's the guy that
He's not a
looks
wasp.
like a
He's a
skinhead
wop.
that's in there?
In the Fast and
Rick
Furious
Vineyard.
movies?
Edward Norton. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Him. Back to the point.
Jason Statham. There we go.
Oh, that's very different. I thought. See, here I was thinking that. Oh god, I'm gonna get in trouble. Never mind.
Oh, Gilbert.
Exactly.
Those movies were actually pretty good, though, until Paul Walker died. I feel like after Paul Walker died, the grounding element that made you still kind of like what was going on in those movies is just... It's not there anymore.
Yeah. El Rodriguez is hot though.
Paul Walker was like Keanu Reeves, but a shittier actor. And yes, I know what that implies, but it's true.
Oh.
Oh, is this Melania Big Country? Yeah, I'm not going to beat her. I'll just do it once for fun, but I didn't know this was Melania. I have no intention of making myself miserable trying to beat Melania.
Oh, Melania Trump?
No, Melania, she's, I don't know if this is her or not, but she's the hardest boss in the game, and she's completely optional. I think Darkside Phil died to her like 237 times before finally beating her.
My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse
If I
after
did beat
corpse
Melania, it would
left
definitely be
in
after I
my
beat the game. I would not do it now.
As I awaited his return. Heed my words.
What is that? One of the bosses you have to
Blade of Mikola.
like give shit to.
No,
And I
I
have
don't think
never
so.
known defeat.
Oh, I thought her nickname was Queen of Blades, but I guess that's Kerrigan from StarCraft that I'm thinking of.
Yes, that's correct.
Wonder how I got those mixed up. Oh my god, I'm already dead. She didn't even let me do my Ash summon. What a jackass. Come on, dude. At least let me have a chance. But yeah, we're not doing that right now. Sorry to anybody who may be disappointed, but I'm not fighting Melania. At minimum, I have to beat the game first. Because if I can't beat the Elden Beast, there's no way I'm going to be able to beat Melania. But anyway, you were going to say something, Nicholas? Vin Diesel, Dwayne Johnson, and Jason Statham are all something?
Oh yeah, they all have parts of their contract that say they're not allowed to lose fights,
Well, that must
and
be
they all
new.
have people that look over the script to make sure that they don't get beat up too much.
I mean, Vin Diesel in real life is like 5'7" or something. He's super manlet. So he
Yeah,
should get used to losing fights because he's definitely losing fights in real life.
this is true.
He is
This
king
is
of the
true.
manlets. Actually, no, king of the manlets is like 5'10". He's just a manlet. That's the funniest part of Fast and Furious 5. The way they keep positioning the camera when Vin Diesel and The Rock are on the screen together so you can't tell that The Rock is like 10 inches taller than him.
So that you can't tell that The Rock is like 10 inches shorter than him. The Rock is the actual manlet the whole time.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
one season of 24 took place in China. They needed it to be in China so Kiefer Sutherland could actually be beating up people who are smaller than him.
Jesus.
Because Kiefer is like 5'6", I think.
Kiefer, what is your favorite word?
okay. Right now I'm hopping around Fallout New Vegas a little bit
Mhm.
as I just booted up the game for the first time since I bought it. I'm wondering if y'all know if there's any good graphics mods.
It's a lot. Just gotta take the time to look for it.
Well, I do know there's that project that is eternally being worked on to update Morrowind to have Skyrim level graphics and gameplay. I wonder if somebody has done that for New Vegas with Fallout 4.
I bought New Vegas. I didn't buy Fallout 4. Bethesda should absolutely re-release um, New Vegas with updated gun combat and uh, all that stuff.
Now, I mean, that's kind of dangerous, right? Because the problem with Fallout 4, which was a good game, but the problem with Fallout 4 is they updated the gameplay too much. They made it a shooter. And that was bad. That took away what
Hmm.
made Fallout interesting. I don't know if this is a hot take or
Yes,
not, but I would much rather play a game like Fallout New Vegas with its VAT system than a straight up shooter like 4. Maybe that's
Uh,
controversial. I don't know.
I would say that's not what made Fallout New Vegas great, at least in my opinion. What made Fallout New Vegas great was that great level design and great writing.
Snacks this question of a week ago, and I'll ask you: which universe do you prefer, the Elder Scrolls universe or the Fallout universe?
Like if I had to live in one,
Elden.
or
Oh,
which one
thought I was being asked again. My bad.
do I just prefer as a?
Yeah, do you like the medieval, or do you like the post-apocalyptic wasteland setting? Which do you prefer?
I like exploring Skyrim a lot more than I like exploring Fallout.
Hmm.
Feel like if the Elder Scrolls could have a game with as good a writing team as New Vegas had, then it would be people would regard it as the best game ever.
I just love they actually got fucking Chandler Bing to voice the villain in New Vegas, or the first villain. Like such a weird random choice. It's not like he has star power that's going to get people to buy their game. Like Liam Neeson's in Fallout 3, that makes sense. That's somebody who's going to get people interested in the game.
Hmm.
But fucking Matthew Perry,
I don't even remember who that is.
uh, you remember Friends?
No,
Really? It's a very
I'm a
popular
zoomer.
90s sitcom.
I know what Friends is, but
Yeah, he played one of the main characters, and I don't
who
think
was
he did
he?
anything else of note in his career.
Was he Ross? Because that's the only name I remember.
Yeah, he was Chandler.
Okay. Yeah, I prefer Skyrim. They should definitely re-release Morrowind.
I spent a lot of time in Morrowind back in the day. I think I did just about
You know,
everything you could do in that game.
the lore is more interesting in the Elder Scrolls, I would say. Because I think actually you asked me this question as well. I had explanation that it has a very cool concept where it's the Elder Scrolls is all about making, like, what if the divine was so real that you interacted with it every single day and it had an impact in your life, and it was just like it's like a science, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, this is going to be maybe a little bit of a weird comparison, but like the Avatar movies. Like, we're supposedly, they're treating the natives' worshipping of this, god as, the same way we treated the way that, Native Americans back in the day worshipped their gods. It was, a bunch of funny mumbo jumbo, but once they actually look into it, they realize that this stuff is scientifically backed and it exists. All these connections between the Navi and the tree and the Elder Tree or whatever the fuck it was called. Like, it actually existed.
Hmm.
But I get what you're saying. I don't know. I think the Fallout thing just strikes me as a lot more innovative. Like, that's why I like it. Like, there are not that many works of fiction that deal with nuclear post-apocalyptic wasteland. And one of the big ones is Mad Max, and there's been like one Mad Max movie over the last 40 years.
Yeah. Well, okay. I wish personally Fallout had more greenery. It's just very brown and ugly. Is my impression of Fallout 4. I really couldn't get through that much of it because it just felt so alien to the types of environments I like in real life, you know?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Fallout 4 was not a great game, I don't think. It was a good game. I liked it well enough to beat it, but it learned some unfortunate lessons from the success of 3 in New Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think, yeah, the thing they copied over from New Vegas was the factions, you know, with their different ideals for the post-apocalyptic world, but they didn't.
I remember there was like one faction in 4 that was very clearly supposed to be the good guys, and all the other factions were very obviously bad guys. And I didn't like that so much because I remembered in New Vegas there was actually some, you know, there was a little bit of nuance. And I think different people could come to different conclusions about what to pick at the end.
Yeah. This is actually sort of a dichotomy between Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Fallout's very intellectual when it's at its best, you know? And especially New Vegas, what the factions stand for in terms of their philosophy and their politics.
Did you ever do Fallout 3?
I never did Fallout 3, actually.
Mm-hmm. There was a it's freaking hilarious the way they do and like post game, because the final mission of Fallout 3, the story mission, your character has to go inside this chamber to
Oh, yeah,
reset
I know about
something.
this.
Yeah, and melts into a puddle of goo. And then when you go into post game, it's just like, oh, your character got better somehow. They don't even bother trying to explain it. They're just like, you're alive now. It's like the end of Metal Gear Solid 1. I don't know why you're alive, but you're alive, so go cherish this life that you now have. We don't know why you're alive. Who cares? Just enjoy the life that you now have.
It's brilliant. Yeah, I was about to say is like Fallout's very stimulating
Mm-hmm.
intellectually when it's at its best, and what the Elder Scrolls has going for it is the pure majesty and adventure of a fantasy world with that much depth and complexity.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see what you're saying. It's like unoriginal.
Yeah, it feels like the medieval thing has been done many times, especially recently, compared to something like a nuclear post-apocalyptic wasteland, which is, you know, again, it was done with Mad Max. And other than 4 movies, what has Mad Max really done? It's not some massive franchise that has a bunch of like really long and in-depth video games about it. It's got 4 movies. That's it.
Mm-hmm. So, I was recently rewatching The Walking Dead a little bit.
Yeah.
Sort of made me realize it's the post-apocalyptic setting is so much more interesting when you get out of the mindset of it's just people like scraping by every day, you know? And I feel like that's the main problem with 3 and 4, at least in my opinion, is they should have factions that have more power and more influence in the actual game world, you know?
Yeah, I never did The Walking Dead, and by the time I thought about it, everybody was talking about how much it sucked now. Kind of like Game of Thrones. So it's just like, okay, I guess I'm not going to do this then. Like, my friend stopped watching it eventually, and he finishes everything. Like, he finished watching Game of Thrones, but he couldn't take Walking Dead anymore.
Walking Dead dragged out.
My favorite thing was watching Better Call Saul on AMC, and they keep showing commercials for their other shows, and like every show they have is some variant of The Walking Dead. Fear the Walking Dead, The Talking Dead, uh, Blowjob The Walking Dead, just endless Walking Dead spin-offs.
That's
And
their job.
then I realized that Vince Gilligan is going to do more Breaking Bad stuff because AMC has nothing without him. So they're just going to have to keep tapping him to make stuff for them until the heat death of the universe.
That's his lot in life. Hopefully they don't try to continue the story of the current crew.
Well, the only thing they could really do now would do like a Gus Fring prequel, which I think would probably suck. Although it would probably have Pinochet in it a lot, which would be a lot of fun, but it would probably still not be that good. They could do like a Cartel prequel, but I don't really care to see that much. So, not many good options.
Here I was thinking, I think the Cartel prequel would actually be the most interesting thing that they could do.
Yeah, I don't really like a lot of those Cartel characters that much. They're kind of boring. Like the cousins are boring. Lalo was cool, but he wore out his welcome. Like Tuco's just an idiot. I do like Hector, but we've kind of seen all we need to see of Hector at this point, I feel like.
So I heard someone suggest that they should do a show where they show the founding of the Juarez cartel.
It would be somewhat interesting to learn why Eladio has all the power when he doesn't have any of the distribution or the firepower. Like, for some reason, he's the big boss, even though the Salamancas are the muscle. That would be kind of interesting to see. Like, for some reason, they all have to respect that guy, even though I don't know what he's bringing to the table.
He must have been intimidating at some point for one reason or another.
All right, they're showing the Victor Wembanyama highlights. Oh, he missed a dunk. I didn't notice that.
Oh, God.
He missed a point-blank dunk for his first shot attempt. I did not know that.
R.I.P. Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah. He is going to be fun, even if he ends up busting. I think it's going to be he's going to be a fun bust. It's not going to be like Hashim Thabit, who just wandered around the league for 2 years and then fucked off.
I don't think he's gonna bust. I don't really see why he would.
Yeah, Snacks believes that Victor will bust. And the basic idea behind it, I think, is just human beings aren't meant to be 7'5". Like, you get up to that point, you're gonna get hurt a lot. You're gonna have feet problems. Like, that's what happened to pretty much every NBA player ever who was taller than 7'1", except for Kareem, who, you know, is a freak. Who knows how he did what he did, but like Bill Walton, George Marizen, Yao Ming, Rick Smits, they all like just couldn't stay on the on the court. So I think that's a big part of it. I could see that becoming a big factor. Human beings just aren't meant to be that size.
Uh, maybe.
Like the world's tallest man, the tallest man ever, who grew to almost 9 feet tall, could not even walk. He had to have braces just so he could move because he was just so big. Like even at like the second half of Yao Ming's career, he basically couldn't move. He was basically a statue. That's why they took him out on defense for a lot of possessions near the end of his career because he couldn't move.
Huh. I didn't know that. I see. Here's my thought about basketball. Is that eventually we are going to reach the point of every player being so ridiculously like big, tall, and strong that they're going to have to raise the basket
Well, I think
or
NBA players are getting
something.
smaller more than anything. Like every team does small ball now. Back in the 90s, small ball was like a meme. Nobody thought small ball was a real thing. So I don't know about that. They are going to have to move the pitching mound back. I know that. But I don't think they're going to have to raise the rim in basketball.
I was just thinking eventually people are just going to get so good at either like dunking or shooting it from the three. Defense is going to become impossible to execute.
Like the best player in this era, other than LeBron, is like 6 feet tall and basically cannot dunk. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, but Jokic. Well, maybe. I don't know. The what's really going to happen is that people are just going to get too good at shooting.
That could happen. We are headed that way.
You're going to be able to just shoot from the half court every time, and if that gets anywhere near parity with being efficient compared to an actual offense, sport will become kind of absurd. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I've long said they should make half-court shots worth 4 points, but if they did that, that might accelerate what you're talking about. God damn it.
Then no one would actually run an offense. Or defense would have to be full court. They would have to bring back the hand check and let you do it before the half court.
I remember reading an article once that suggested in order to protect quarterbacks, you should make offensive holding for the offensive line legal. And to make up for it, you make defensive holding in the secondary legal. It would change the sport significantly, but it should even out. And it would prevent a lot of the things that people say are ruining the game, like all the ticky-tack fouls on the secondary.
Definitely. I
And
feel like it should be the way the sport should go is making they need to nerf passing.
mhm.
And that would be definitely one way to do it. Um,
Because
I don't
at
know.
the
You
end,
should make it so they just can't hold onto somebody's jersey, but if you're holding onto somebody's hand, that should be allowed. Like if you can get your hands on somebody's arm, you should be allowed to drag them down a little bit.
like, the reason why the NFL changed the rules after Brady tore his ACL that one season was because their bottom line had gotten damaged because their most, at the time, well-known player was out for the season, and they didn't like that. They wanted to try to legislate that out of the game. And what the article was basically suggesting was, well, if you allowed offensive linemen to legally hold pass rushers, it would almost never happen, and the problem would basically be solved.
Yeah. Well, and it'd make running 10 times more effective.
Oh god, these
Because
things infinitely respawn. Fuck that.
you could imagine like any zone running scheme where you need to reach block would instantly become 10 times better.
Right. Okay, Mimic Ash, I'm sacrificing you so I can get out of here. Sorry, dude. You will be remembered. Witness me! God, get away from me. Oh my god. Oh, come on, dude. My Mimic Ash was almost there to protect me, too. God damn it.
Shit looks like BS. I'm not sure how you're supposed to defeat whatever the hell that thing is.
Well, if I was fighting it straight up, I probably could, but there are like 10 of them down there, and they infinitely respawn, so why would I bother? Like, I'm just trying to get through the damn area so I can get to the next, like, story boss.
Maybe you just need to get good.
I mean, I am pretty good. Look how far I am.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I need to check something here. Yeah, Santi, that was Antoine Walker who said that. But, like, unironically, why not make half-court shots worth 4 points for now? It's not like a bunch of players would start chucking up half-court shots all day. It would just be a thing they use at the end of quarters, and it would be a thing that they use at the end of a game where they're down by 4 and they absolutely have to have 4 points. God, fucking... Oh, motherfucker. That sucks.
Oh, RIP.
I lost my runes. No, I don't really need them that badly anymore. Ah.
I think you'd be surprised. I think if the 4-point shot would be introduced, players would immediately start practicing them, and
It'd get benched by their head coaches a lot. Like, I could imagine, like, somebody like Jordan Poole chucking up 10 half-court shots a game for the Wizards because the Wizards are tanking and they don't really care if they win. But in terms of like player, like if somebody like Victor Wembanyama, I can't pronounce his last name by the way, Wembanyama started doing it, like he would get benched very quickly by Popovich, I think.
I was saying is that it's almost impossible to do defense beyond the half court, right?
There are some college teams that do full court press, like Rick Pitino teams love full court press.
What a piece of shit. Excellent recruiting tool, though.
Yeah. But, you know, he's just a misunderstood genius at the end of the day, isn't he? Alright, let's try to take this slow.
I mean, if you were a college coach, would you host sex parties if that meant that you could keep your job?
Yes.
I would too. I mean, what if it came out that Jimmy Lake was doing that right now?
I mean, Jimmy Lake's not our coach anymore, so I wouldn't.
You
care
mean
that much.
if it came
I
out?
thought Jimmy Lake was still coaching UW.
No. He got fired after the 4-win season.
Oh yeah, that's right. And
yeah.
losing to Montana.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, still one of my most viewed videos ever. Like, it's in the top 10.
Well, it's funny.
Yeah. My college football videos almost never get any views, and then that one blows up and gets 11,000 in, like, a day. I wonder why.
I don't know. If Washington won the Rose Bowl next season, do you think that would get the same amount of views?
Oh, people don't like to see people happy. They like to see people angry. That's why EDP got over 2 million subs. He was always pissed off. People don't subscribe to YouTube channels to see people like happy and grateful and fortunate. They want to see pain and misery.
See, this is why you should adopt like a heel persona and start calling up the Niners fans that come into your channel like dumbasses or something.
I mean, it's too late for that, obviously. At this point, it would just be so unbelievably fake, nobody would buy it. But I get what you're going for.
Yeah, because I'm subscribed to a few Bulldogs YouTubers that do that. That always works.
Call them jabronis. Just start calling everybody a jabroni.
That's what I'm talking about.
Somebody's got to replace the Iron Sheik, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm subscribed to a dude that just goes around calling all the other SEC head coaches idiots. That's like 90% of his videos. So if you really wanted to grow your YouTube channel, you should make a bunch of videos calling Sean McVay a dumbass.
I should make a bunch of videos asking for a water. Asking, may I please have a water? Damn it.
Are you trying to stay on the site?
What if I labeled it as educational and then just started saying the N-word a lot? Would YouTube be okay with that? What do you...
No.
Oh wait, did you say YouTube or U2?
YouTube.
I know I would. Oh, okay. Yeah, YouTube wouldn't like it, but I mean, I can't speak for Nicholas, but I would.
No, I'm trying to teach people about these forbidden words that no one else uses. How else are they going to learn?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's true. Just become Skip Bayless. Just become Skip Bayless with more racism.
Be
That would get more views.
like when Rush Limbaugh was trying to talk about sports.
I missed that.
Who doesn't? Remember Don Imus?
Yes.
He referred to a bunch of, I think it was like college basketball women players as nappy-headed hoes on the radio.
Nappy-headed.
It's the Rutgers women's basketball team.
Yeah, and for some reason thought he wasn't going to get in trouble, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, he thought people would be able to realize that he was making a silly.
Just a bit of humor.
Yeah, earlier this year, the play-by-play announcer for the Oakland Athletics was trying to say the, Negro leagues, because he was talking about, the old baseball league that was only for African Americans before, things got integrated. And he accidentally said something else, and he got fired.
Oh. Did he use the
Yeah,
hard R?
he tried to talk about the old Negro League. Then he accidentally ended up saying was as there's a drive in the deep left field by Castellanos. Be a
Mm-hmm.
That's true, Scarecrow Bar. It's just the Rutgers team specifically were nappy-headed.
Never been, but my understanding is that Rutgers in the New Jersey area in general has a not so great reputation for the cleanliness of the females they produce.
I've been there. I can confirm.
Guess that makes sense. You never really hear anybody say, I can't wait to grow up so I can move to New Jersey.
I have an aunt and uncle that live in New Jersey, like right across from New York. And they get in fights on Facebook about politics with my mom constantly. So we don't really talk to them that much.
Well, why even friend them if all you do is get in fights? Like, is it like you need it to feel alive or something?
I don't know.
Yeah,
We're supposed to be family. We hang out sometimes.
The only thing worse than Facebook fights, than political Facebook fights, is political Reddit fights. Reddit is the bottom tier, but
The top tier is the YouTube comment section.
yeah.
Like maximum levels of retardation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they run a comedy club in New York.
Oh, is it the Laugh Factory? Is it called the Laugh Factory?
I'm looking it up right now.
'Cause if it's called the Laugh Factory, I like where this is going. Makes me so sad there's not a higher quality video of the Laugh Factory incident. It's just this shitty 2005 cell phone video.
Hmm.
Alright, what is this? Oh, okay, here we go.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not called the Laugh Factory.
Should have been called Laugh Factory.
Right. Hopefully this... Oh, God, it's another one of these assholes. I don't want to fight you. I guess I have to.
You should fight them to the death.
Maybe I can run past him. Wait a
Did
minute.
Wimbayama...
I've been here before.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So did Wimbayama really only score 8 points?
I think it was 9.
That's correct. Yeah, so everyone was freaking out because, oh my god, Wembenyama, woo, he's so amazing, oh my god. Because, like, his first basket was, like, a tough, contested, jumping... I don't even know how to describe the shot the way that it looked, but it was with his left hand instead of his right. It was a tough shot. It was a good make for him. Kind of make that if he can make that consistently in his NBA career, he's going to have a good quality career, definitely. But then, like, that, which happened really early, and then to do almost nothing for the rest of the game other than get dunked on. Meanwhile, Scoot had to leave after the first quarter. He had more points in 1 quarter of action than Wembanyama had in the whole game.
It's not Scoot, it's the other guy.
His name is Scoot.
Well, there's...
Scoot Henderson is in Portland, right?
Yes.
He scoots with his butt. It is the butt scoot.
I'm looking at Wimbayama debut highlights, and the Blazers are not in here.
No, the Blazers played a separate game earlier today. Okay, here we go. I found it.
Against the Spurs?
No, they were playing against the Rockets, and Scoot looked really good.
Oh, did he?
Okay, Snacks, I found it. I just posted it in the group chat. This is what I saw on ESPN a minute ago.
Oh, God.
That almost looks like he missed it because he's like too tall or something, and it just screwed him up in a weird way. That's like the best way I can put it.
Wow.
Like, I don't know what happened there, but it looks weird.
I don't know what happened either. What the fuck is that? I love how everyone's like, every time the Spurs get the first overall pick, it's so good for us. We've only gotten it twice in history.
The other one was Tim Duncan. Right.
And they got David Robinson.
David Robinson, while deservedly a Hall of Famer, wasn't even that good among Hall of Famers. When you've got to think of like the top 10 centers of all time, Robinson doesn't even sniff that fucking top 10. Not even close. Not even top 10 all-time Spurs. Oh man. But unironically though, there is an argument that he's not even a top 5 Spurs player of all time.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument, yeah. Depends on how much you value certain things.
Right, because I mean, you've got the top 3 is easy as hell: Duncan, Manu, Tony. Then number 4, even though he wasn't there for very long, in the grand scheme
Why?
of things, Kawhi easily. So then it's just an argument of 5th. Now you could sit there and say David Robinson, sure, but you could also say George Gervin.
I don't know who George Gervin is.
He was basically old school Kevin Durant.
Yes. His nickname was the Iceman. He played for the Spurs back when the Spurs was an ABA team. Oh, no, wait. Sorry. He got started in the ABA. The Spurs were an NBA team. History of the 70s is always so fucking confusing because you can never tell who played in the NBA and who played in the ABA and what teams were ABA and what teams were NBA because the NBA basically absorbed the ABA.
Right.
So like a lot of those same teams exist and it gets so fucking confusing. But anyway, yeah, he was the first real franchise defining player for the Spurs. He was with them for 11 seasons, and during those 11 seasons he was a 9-time All-Star. 5-time All-NBA first team, 2-time All-NBA second team again during those seasons with the Spurs, 4-time NBA scoring champion again during those seasons with the Spurs. And he scored 26,500 points for his career.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Robinson had a really great career and all that. It's just one of those things, though, where, like, he kept getting punked whenever he got close to, like, the end. Like, Hakeem destroyed him in the playoffs the year he won MVP. And then every time he played Shaq in the playoffs, Shaq just ate him for lunch.
And when Tim Duncan got drafted, he almost immediately became the best player on the team, even though David Robinson would still play for another half decade. So he ended up staying on to get 2 out of the Spurs championships, 99 and 2003. But certainly by the time that they made the finals for the first time and won 1999, David Robinson was nowhere near the best player on that team. It was Duncan's team, very, very obviously. And that's the thing, is David Robinson, again, Hall of Famer and deservedly so, but he's really middling for being a Hall of Famer.
Like, if you look at the history of the number 1 overall pick, they're almost always, like, super elite players.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it's
true.
not
It's-
hard to think of a bunch of number 1 picks who ended up being better than David Robinson, you know?
Like,
Yes. If Wembayama even lives up to like half the hype, he's going to be better than Robinson at that perspective.
yeah, like Blake Griffin, Derrick Rose, Dwight Howard, LeBron James, Yao Ming. Like, somebody once did a study and determined that, like, the average number 1 overall pick was a player of, like, Chris Webber's tier, like a Chris Webber level player, and Chris Webber made the Hall of Fame, and he's like the median.
Yeah, because I'll just go ahead and name some real quick guys who've been first overall picks. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page for it. I'm just going to name the guys who are Hall of Famers. Jim Baylor, Oscar Robertson, Walt Bellamy, Elvin Hayes, young fellow by the name of Lou Alcindor, Bob Lanier, Bill Walton, David Thompson, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, Ralph Sampson, Keck, Akeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Shaquille O'Neal, Chris Webber, Allen Iverson, Tim Duncan, Yao Ming. Then a lot of other guys who were first overall picks, but they're not eligible for the Hall of Fame yet. Guys like LeBron, Dwight. I was gonna say Derrick Rose, but man, that's a fucking can of worms right there. But before all the injuries, absolutely.
And then pretty much everyone after that, it gets a little less impressive lately, but a decent chunk of those guys will have a chance to get in, and just they can't get in yet because they're still playing.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty easy to say Blake Griffin probably be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving, there's no question. Anthony Davis, there's no question. Ben Simmons, obviously not. Zion Williamson, Lamal. But
DeAndre Ayton's been disappointing.
I'm not an Aiden fan.
eh. Forgot Markel Fultz was the first overall pick that year. Damn.
And he's actually pretty good now. It just took a while. Wow, Victor went 2 for 13 from the field in this game. Yeah, they're showing the stats. 2 for 13, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 turnovers. So there are some good things there, but man.
How many minutes?
27. There is some good stuff, but I didn't know he went 2 for 13.
Against first and
He had a
second
pretty
year
sick
players and a lot of guys who are not going to make NBA rosters.
Yeah.
This is when it's time for you to ball. It's like the Heat Summer League team, they're out there dominating. Fucking JJJ and Jovic, they're out there, both of them are kicking ass. And it doesn't mean shit because it's just the Summer League. But this is the time where if you're a competent player who's ready to play at the NBA level, this is when you ball out. When I brought up Kelly Olynyk earlier, he was ready to play at the NBA level, and he did contribute meaningfully in his NBA career. But if you just looked at how Summer League went, you would have thought he was the second coming of Dirk, and he ended up being not even close.
Yeah.
This is when you're supposed to ball out. So, for Spurs fans, hopefully, this is just like an aberration. But, wow. 2 for 13 when it's a case of like missing dunks like that shit that he had there, dude. Between that and this guy's like a fucking sneeze away from a devastating Bill Walton to your foot injury. God, man, this fucking guy.
Yeah. Watching him
I'm good
run
as
is like
Frazier.
watching a baby deer. It's like watching a fucking baby deer run. You're like, oh god, he's gonna fall down every third step he takes.
Yeah, he desperately needs to actually have muscle on that frame. He looks like Slender Man, dude. Like,
Yeah. Oh, did you, Snacks, did you
I-
hear the stuff that Dwight Howard's been saying lately, by the way?
no, I haven't. So,
Yeah, basically they asked him, like, who was better, you in your prime or Jokic in his prime?
oh, yeah, he's been saying me in my prime I would have dominated everybody, and it's all like, really? Because you didn't dominate Kobe.
Yeah.
You didn't dominate fucking Andrew Bynum and Pau Gasol when you were in your prime. Like,
It was really weird. He was saying, like, you guys got to realize I scored my points even though I almost never got the ball. I was scoring my points on, like, layups and... I'm not layups, but, like, lobs and stuff. Like, and I never took any threes. I scored all my points with twos, and I'm like, why do you think that makes you better? Like, the fact that Jokic can shoot threes is a good thing. Why do you think it's a bad thing?
seriously.
I don't know.
I'm going to also repeat the narrative earlier. Like,
Holy
athletes in general
hell.
are better now.
In many cases, yes. Like, I don't think that's the case for Wilt Chamberlain. Because, like, Wilt was kind of a athletic aberration for his era. But
That's
in many cases,
incredible.
yes.
Yeah. So Jokic would be better than 90%.
I don't know how, but when I went on a pilgrimage, my king found Excalibur.
Oh, that's a big one.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a really rare chance that'll happen because it doesn't ever degrade at all, and because you can put it up as an artifact in your courtroom, as long as London never gets sieged down, I can have Excalibur forever. So all I need to do is just never allow anyone to siege down London, and I have Excalibur forever.
But anyway, yeah, Nicholas, like, Bob Cousy was the best point guard of his era by far, and he could not dribble with his left hand. Like, you put Kyrie back then, of course, he's going to destroy everybody. It's not even going to be fair. They're not going to even understand what it is that he's doing, really. So you're right.
Oh, I was actually watching something that was discussing this exact thing the other day. Back in the 50s, you know, the very early days of the NBA when they only had 8 teams, and a lot of guys played back during the time when it was the BAA and all that shit. He actually had the ability to fucking dribble like that. The guy was showing some rare unseen footage of like before games and after foul calls where guys would just be fucking around, and they would be doing crazy fucking like Showtime level shit, like crazy dribble moves. Not like Kyrie, obviously still best ball handler ever, like nothing on his level, but still the kind of stuff that you'd see some guy doing, if he was trying to copycat Iverson, decades before Iverson was ever born.
Huh.
And fucking Magic Johnson style no look passes and fucking behind the back passes and all this kind of crazy shit. It's just that the rules they had at the time in the game forced them to dribble like retards. Was actually a rule where it was like if your hand is more than 30 degrees past the top of the ball, top being considered, just whatever section of the ball would be compared to its position relative to physics and geometry and trigonometry and shit. But like if your hand ever slipped more than 30 degrees um over what was considered the top of the ball, and you weren't in the middle of either a pass or shooting, then that was called an illegal dribble, and it would be a whistle would blow. It would be considered a turnover.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's actually a pretty good point. That's actually pretty fair.
Oh, so I'm watching this. I'm like,
It's a
holy
good
shit,
counter
that's
argument, I
insane.
guess.
And then like we're watching fucking black and white footage of like before the league was even desegregated, and literally every guy out there is white, and he's doing some crazy fucking white chocolate shit. And you're like, wow, I had no idea. I guess LeBron on the Kentucky Wildcats wouldn't have been that special.
I don't think so. I think if you put Jokic back in the early 2000s, he would easily be the best player.
Yes, if Jokic with his exact same game was put back during that era, that time period, where Dwight played and was on the Magic and all that shit, he's completely delusional to think that Jokic would not have easily surpassed Dwight in capability, because while defense was valued way more highly from centers back then, the existence of Dirk Nowitzki during that same time period shows that he still would have been a fucking valuable player. Like, absolutely and easily still an MVP consideration, and still easily competing for championships because he's an offensive savant. Passing ability plus his ability to score from anywhere on the court with ease is just so extraordinary. Like, if Dwight wants to make that argument, what he needs to do is talk about him three-peating as Defensive Player of the Year and being so high in the NBA blocks, leading and all that shit, and be like, my defense, I would have locked Jokic down, and he wouldn't have been able to contain me when I was heading to the rim, getting ready for a chaos dunk. He should have gone in that direction as opposed to retarded shit that he ended up saying, because, like, you could sit there and say Jokic wouldn't have been a rim protector like Dwight. It's hard to disagree with that. But to think that Jokic wouldn't have easily blown Dwight out of the water as a player, like, there's a reason Dwight doesn't have an MVP, but Dirk does.
Yeah, offense is more important than defense most of the time, especially now. You can't
it's
play
not even
4-on-5 on offense anymore.
Jokic is not a minus defender, and he's pretty good at getting boards.
Right, and that's the point that I want to make also, which is that Jokic is heavily underrated as a defender. He's not an elite defender. He's not a guy who's going to be in the Defensive Player of the Year consideration, at least not at his current level. If he focuses on his defense, things could be different. But it's not like he's anything resembling a negative as a defender. He does his job. It's just like just because he's not fucking Rudy Gobert out there, it doesn't mean that he's bad. He's not a negative defensively. It's just that because he's not so extraordinary defensively, whereas his competition for best player in the league is Giannis, Jimmy Butler, and Joel Embiid, and Corey Maggette. Everyone's all like, "Oh, his defense sucks," but no.
Better than Embiid. Well, maybe.
I mean, Embiid's defense is pretty damn good, but I mean, also when you're talking about putting Jokic in like the 2000s, there's like some aspect I think you have to take into account where it's just like he's gonna mess with people because they've never seen anything like that before. Like we have never seen a center have the offense run through him the way it does through Jokic. If you put him in the 2000s, I think people would just be really confused and not sure what to do. It's like if you put Curry in the 80s and he's just pulling up from 35 feet regularly. I don't think defenses would be able to handle that. They would just be like, well, what the fuck do we do? They would kind of act like he just brought a nuclear bomb onto the field. It would be like, I don't know what to do.
It's exactly that. If you put Curry, if you put the Kevin Durant Curry Warriors against like the peak form of the Jordan Bulls, they would win every game by 20 points in a sweep.
Now, if you
Yeah,
gave the Jordan Bulls time to prepare and practice three-pointers, maybe not. But if you're talking about like the time machine, it wouldn't even be close, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, they would have called Curry a bitch. Then they would have flagrantly fouled him like a lot, but that's about
This
it.
is true.
And, like, other than that one season where Wilt Chamberlain decided to win the assist title just to prove that he could, we had never seen a player play the way Jokic does in NBA history. So I think it would have just broken people's brains. And they would have just thought, well, I don't know what to do about this. I guess we're just going to lose.
Yeah, it's true. Imagine if Barry Bonds played in the segregation era, he would actually bat 1,000.
Well, I think if he
go to
played...
season.
Yeah. I mean, he might never get a pitch. They might just intentionally walk him every at-bat no matter what. Especially with, like, the juiced baseballs they were using 6 years ago. If they were using those baseballs, then I think they would just decide, okay, we don't care what the situation is. We're just going to walk him every time and live with the results. That's what I would do.
That's what you would have to do. That would be the only way to slow him down.
Let's see here.
The only consideration where it's not that way is football, because the rules have changed so much.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you brought somebody like Don Maynard into the modern... If you brought Don Maynard into the modern NFL, what would that do? Because he was like the first great NFL receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what he would be like. Because in an era when receivers barely did anything, he was just completely going off. But I don't know how that translates.
Yeah. Is that like, if you put Jamar Chase back in the 80s, I'm not totally confident he would instantly dominate the league in the way that my other examples would.
Let me see here. Do I want to fight this loser or not? I don't know. Well, okay, if he'll let me ash some, I can at least try to take care of him. God, why can't you just fuck off? Dude, I'm not trying to fight you. I'm trying to fight the dumbass behind you. Why do you have to inject your 2 cents into this, huh?
Because he's a dickhead.
God, my Mimic is already dead. Oh, man. What time? Man, it's only 11 o'clock.
2 a.m. here. I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Well, how long you staying up, guys?
I'm going to stay up pretty late, I think, because I'm not really going to be able to play very much tomorrow. And I also don't have really anything to get up for tomorrow, so I don't really have to worry about it that much.
I'm gonna go to bed in like 5 minutes. So I'm gonna get off.
All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. Good to have you around.
Yeah. Y'all have a great night.
Take it easy.
See ya.
Because I am considering whether or not I want to go to the store, get some snacks.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine. I'll probably still be here when you get back.
Yeah.
Howard
Just
pointed to the
really.
differences between their two styles, saying he was putting up big scoring numbers without the help of a three-point game. Dwight Howard never had big scoring numbers, though. I think his career high was 23 points a game. That's not that high. Like, Shaq had
Yeah.
30.
And his career high in general, I'm pretty sure, is in the 40s, which is still good.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to call yourself a prolific scorer, you need to have at least one 50-point game.
I don't know. I think he's like, I did it all only shooting twos. I didn't shoot threes. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the part of the argument, dog.
Yes. Dwight Howard's career high is 45 points, which is good. But consider a guy like Kobe. Didn't he have a streak of like 10 games in a row where he scored at least 40 points or some shit?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts. And now he was an absolutely astonishingly good rebounder. Probably one of the best rebounders of all time. He had a 30 rebound game against the Nets, which I think that was when he was on Charlotte, and set a franchise record for most rebounds in a game.
Not exactly upending the record set by any super notoriable player, but yeah.
Because, you know, in that sense, you're going up against Wilt Chamberlain like 80,000 times when he's averaging 55 rebounds a game. Like, there's just nothing you could do. But discounting Wilt, that makes him one of the best rebounders ever. Without question. In the same game, this is hilarious, he set his career high for free throws made and attempts with 25 makes and 39 attempts.
Oh, they must have been playing Hack-a-Howard the whole game or something?
Yes. That was, makes perfect sense. That was his return to Orlando. He was on the Lakers. The famed 2013 Lakers season. They hacked him out of spite. He actually made a lot of them.
Yeah. Dwight's real nickname should have been One of Two, because he always made one of two free throws.
25 out of 39, that's a 64% make rate, which is better than Shaq.
It's better than his career average. His career average is like, what, 54 or something?
Of course, a great defender. So when you take his defense and you take his rebounding and put them together as a center, he was one of the best defensive rebounders, defensive players and rebounders ever. He is without a doubt first ballot Hall of Fame, but his nonsense that he's pulling right here is perfect because it perfectly encapsulates his weakness as a player and as a man. He was never able to understand his weaknesses and also never able to acknowledge his strengths. Like I just said, he's one of the best defensive players and one of the best rebounders ever. First ballot Hall of Fame just off of those alone. Does he focus on that? No, he always wanted to be the prolific scorer. He always wanted to be the post scorer of his generation. He wanted triangle. He wanted to work with Hakeem. He wanted all that crazy shit. And even though he was one of the best pick and roll big men of all time, his insistence on focusing on post scoring and thinking that was an amazing prolific scorer and an offensive savant is like it's his weakness. It's his fucking weakness. Just never wanted to admit what worked for him and what didn't work for him didn't work for him.
Like, in a way, I don't know if you agree with this or not. The fact that Dwight could continue to play in the NBA if he wanted to, like even the last couple years, he could have been in the NBA if he wanted to, but chose to go be the big fish in a small pond in Taiwan. Is that also, you think, indicative of like some sort of like mental weakness on his part? In your opinion?
Absolutely. Because of what he's doing over there. What he's doing over there is playing against a bunch of delivery men and fucking balling out.
Mm-hmm.
He's scoring like fucking crazy, left and right. And it's like this is why he's not in the NBA. This is why he's taking less money. Is because this is what he wanted.
Like, maybe I'm thinking about it a little too much, but it does seem to me to be kind of like a little bit weak to decide to still be able to play in the NBA. Somebody would have given him a little contract to be like, okay, play 20 minutes a game, just focus on defense and rebounding. And then deciding instead, I want to go dominate a bunch of 5'8" uh, basketball players instead.
Yeah.
Where is my arrow? Ah, there it is. Okay. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. But yeah, if you want to run to the store to pick up snacks, feel free. I should be here when you get back.
I'm not sure if I want to though.
Days like today when you wish you could be when you wish you could just use Instacart or something, man.
Yeah.
So if I'm reading this thing correctly, I'm pretty close to being able to go beat this game. In fact, it's conceivable I could do it tonight. I just don't know if I'm at the good enough level for it. But it sounds like basically there's just a little bit of stuff you do here, and then you just go fight the Elden Beast. But I could be misunderstanding. Santi, is Sidney Wicks a Hall of Famer? Because Gervin definitely is. So I think Gervin is like a lot better than Sidney Wicks was, if I'm remembering Wicks correctly. Remember Emeka Okafor?
I remember his cousin, Jaleel Okafor. Some reason Lakers fans, when they were like, they really wanted to get him, they were calling him Oakensword.
Ooh, somehow I missed this my first time through this area. Are you hostile? Yes, you are. Doubt I'll ever be able to use it, but may as well pick it up. Oh, so Sidney Wicks is more like Tony Roten then. Somebody who did a lot of stuff on a really, really bad team.
Say, before Tony Roten, say what you said again?
Sidney Wicks was like the old version of Tony Roten.
Oh. Yeah. It's like, I call it Tony Roten syndrome because he's the example to me, because that's what I remember in my head. There have been tens of thousands of examples of the exact same thing throughout all history.
Wasn't KJ McDaniels like that too from that Sixers team?
Well, a lot of the guys were on the team together. Tony Roten, Michael Carter-Williams, and KJ McDaniels were on the team together. And they all looked good because the team sucked and somebody had to do something. So Tony Roten looked a lot better when Michael Carter-Williams and KJ McDaniels got traded because someone had to score the points. No matter how shitty a team is, they will not lose every game by 40 points. They just won't.
Right.
And no matter how shitty Hinkie tried to make the Sixers, they never ever beat the record for worst winning percentage or least wins ever. You know, they never got that bad.
Do you think James Harden is pissed no one cares about his trade demand now? Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that one. Yeah, he still wants out of Philly, but he opted in. What if he ends up stuck in Philly because he opted in? That would be fucking hilarious. Oh. Oh. Who's the best, Santi, you might know this off the top of your head. Who's the best remaining free agent in the NBA right now? Because most of the bigger ones have signed, but who's left who's like actually a free agent? I'm trying to think. Like Brooke Lopez signed, so it's not him anymore. Obviously Middleton signed. a lot of the mid-level guys signed. Like, who's left who's of note? Not including, like, Dwight Howard, who I do think will come back to the NBA this year, but that's a little different.
A lot of people are really interested in Ball.
Oh, yeah, Bol Bol. But he's a meme. He's like a fucking meme.
I
He's another
completely
one.
agree.
He's like a 7-foot billion guy who can't really move.
All right, looking at a quick Bleacher Report article, Christian Wood. This is ranked who's the best remaining free agents. Christian Wood, P.J. Washington. He's a restricted free agent, but he still counts as a free agent, I guess. Kelly Oubois,
Oh yeah, Kelly Oubre.
Hamidou Diallo, Willie Hernan Gomez, Darius Basley, Io Do Sunmu.
To stand before the Elden Ring,
Yeah.
to become Elden Lord,
Not a ton of guys left
commend your spirit, but alas,
who are worthwhile.
none shall take
There's like a lot of guys who you're like, oh yeah, but you know, come on. Ismac Biombo, Willie Cauley-Stein, DeMarcus Cousins, Derek Favors, Serge Ibaka, Myers Leonard,
Heck.
Boban, Nerlens Noel, Tristan Thompson, Blake Griffin, Dario Saric,
You fought well until now.
Which isn't bad, actually.
Mo Harkless, Stanley Johnson, Wes Matthews, he's 37, Justice Winslow,
Wow.
Danny Green.
Wait, how is Justice Winslow not retired yet? Like, he's been around forever.
Justice Winslow's 27.
Yeah, but has he been in the league recently? Because I feel like he's been basically
Yeah,
not
he's-
on the team.
Been on the Poop Blazers for a while. That's why he actually recruited Lillard to Miami. Yeah, after the Heat finally got rid of him, he spent a season with the Grizzlies, then he spent a season with the Clippers, and then he spent a season with the Blazers.
Okay. I guess it's a living, but man, when you're that inept at basketball, at a certain point, don't you got to retire just like out of like embarrassment?
Then Austin Rivers is a free agent too.
Oh, nice.
Becomes Kemba Walker, free agent. Wow. George Hill. Hey, Goran Dragic, of course.
The legend.
Michael Carter Williams, who we were talking about earlier, and John Wall.
You fought well.
Man, I wonder if John Wall's ever going to be healthy again. He was fun when he played, honestly. Like, I know it's easy to hate on him because he couldn't shoot, but John Wall was fun.
To be fair, someone who couldn't shoot was exactly what Washington needed after Gilbert Arenas.
That's pretty good.
I'll see what I have here at home instead of leaving to go get snacks instead. If it's just nothing, then I'll probably go, but I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I mean, I want to point out here real quick that your name is Snacks, so if you don't have, that's like not living up to your, it's like not holding your end of the bargain here, man.
Yeah, well.
Come on, dude. Oh, we almost had him. Nice. Thank you, Mr. Ash Summon.
Cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
much does my current thing weigh? Okay, it's pretty light. Man, I can't really afford to increase my weight at all. Unless I just want to completely screw myself. That's actually... Wait, no. That's not better than what I have, though. Yeah, I think what I have is actually pretty much fine. Why is the helmet better, then? Oh, it's not. It is a little lighter, though. Okay, there's gotta be a... Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh, bad news.
What?
I don't have any snacks here, and then it gets even worse because I'd have to go across town. 'Cause, I thought Walmart closes at midnight. Close at 11 now.
Oh, really? You don't have a gas station right near your house you could go to?
Oh, stuff would be super fucking expensive. Plus, um, the selection would be a lot worse than what I want.
True. Alright, well that sounds like a right pain in the ass.
Yeah, so if I wanted to get something, I'd have to go clear fucking across town to get it.
Yeah. That's why you do what I occasionally do. You get snacks and then you hide them in your room so nobody else can take them. Like, not everything necessarily, but just a few things so you know what's there. You don't have to worry about other people mooching it.
Feels bad, man.
Hide it under a loose floorboard or something. Alright, guys, there's a chance we beat this game tonight. I don't know if we will, but there's a possibility that I will beat the game tonight. Erdtree heal. Oh, so Snapchat just sent me a message from the AI. So Snapchat now has an AI that will attempt to talk to you.
Oh, it's not an AI. What it is it's a marketing thing. If you try to talk to it, literally all it's going to do is just keep saying, what kind of TV shows and movies and music and, blah, blah, whatever, pop culture media. What do you like to consume?
All right,
It's
let
asking
me
you
see
that.
here. May I
It's,
please have a water?
you're going to start getting a bunch of ads for, like, Dasani or some shit. Like, that's literally what it's for, is it's trying to, because they make money by having people click on the ads. So all of a sudden, all your ads will be targeted, and then when you go to Snapchat stories, all the different trending and shit like that will all be related to the things that you said to the AI. That's all it is. It's just a marketing robot thing.
Let's see here. Weed is 4.
Lord Vineyard, no! Mrs. Obama, get down!
May I please have a water? Please. Okay, before I do this, I should actually go grind up a level because I'm almost halfway there. No. So there's no artificial intelligence here to speak of, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere. See you later, Austin. Hey everybody, super happy to be here in the Looney Tunes universe. Look at me, I'm a cartoon. Yeah, what's up, Doc? That's like one of the few times in my life I've seen Snacks genuinely like freaked out by something.
Just that animation style was disgusting to me. Ugh. Gross.
Like that guy is basically the RGC comics of YouTube in terms of how clearly disturbed and demented he is. Yet
Yes.
he like uses his powers to create something good. Oh, Santi, did you ever see the video of Troyden reacting to that video? And he thought it was like a normal Space Jam video, and then he loaded it up and like had no idea what he was getting into. It's pretty fucking funny if you haven't seen it. Okay, I'll pull it up in a second here. Let me finish this fight. Oh, I just saw the DM you sent me, Snacks. That's pretty good. The little one panel comic thing.
So,
No, I just saw the DM you sent me. I
oh
hadn't seen it
yeah.
until just now. Pretty good.
All games are political. Tell me the politics of Sonic the Hedgehog.
That reminds me of that article I read the other day that tried to explain how Chicken Run promoted Marxism and communism.
Jesus.
What if I wonder if there's a political message in Poopy Rapey?
Pretty much.
I think the best Meat Canyon video is the Magic School Bus one where they fly into her vagina. Like, that's hard to beat. Oh god. I didn't know he could get in here. Get away from me. I don't get it. What's the political message? I remember the articles after The Dark Knight came out saying that the story was a defense of the Bush administration. That was pretty funny.
What was the defense of the Bush administration?
The Dark Knight.
Oh
the
my
movie,
god.
The Christopher Nolan movie.
Wow.
I think the basic idea was it depicts the Patriot Act as a good thing because Batman finds the Joker by spying on the entire city of Gotham or something like that. He was trying to
And then he like immediately destroyed it.
yeah. I just love how he starts the video, watches it for 20 seconds, says, "Did I click on the wrong video?" and then watches the whole thing in silence while being completely fucking horrified.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was pretty good.
I don't know why somebody would do a react video of a video they've already seen. Like, what's the point? Like, if you're gonna do a react video, I mean, react videos most of the time are pretty fucking stupid anyway. But if you're gonna do one, doing a fake one just strikes me as like, what the...
So you can make big soy jack faces so that you can go viral on the internet. And your
Yeah,
thumbnail is
you could do that
Weird.
without watching it
Retarded shit.
beforehand, though. Like, it's not like he's streaming. He's doing a video. So if somebody sends him a video to react to and it ends up being, like, porn or somebody asking for a water, he can just say, okay, I guess I'm not posting this video. So it's not like he needs to screen it.
yeah, like just Jesus.
I'm sure by the time we get to, like, 2035, I'll sell out enough to the point where I do a react channel. So you guys wait long enough. I'll sell out. Eox Brendan Nelson reacts. Yeah, if somebody wants to win me over with a React channel, they should react to the video of the racist Burger King guy on the JetBlue flight. Like that, you could definitely tell if it was real or not. Like nothing could possibly prepare you for what's in that video unless you've seen it before. All right, what do we got here? Did you ever hear the story of how to prepare the Lakers for the finals against the Sixers in 2001?
A long while.
Phil Jackson had the Lakers players watch like videos of Allen Iverson that was spliced together with clips of Edward Norton in American History X to make them hate Allen Iverson
Long and
to
hard
like because they would associate him with a neo-Nazi.
tarnished, spurned by the grace of
Oh man, that's hilarious.
I think he did it with Rick Edelman too when he was the coach of the Sacramento Kings.
resteth close.
What he should have done is just had sex with each and every one of his players' mothers, and then recorded it, and then spliced Allen Iverson's face on his own body. Or hell, he could have just paid Allen Iverson to have sex with all their mothers instead.
Am returned.
Jesus Christ.
To be granted audience once more.
Like some fucking Clockwork Orange stuff. I wonder if it worked.
Oh, because the Lakers lost.
Name as Godfrey. The first Elden Lord.
Can you imagine if like Phil Jackson fucking thought that like that was the reason that they won stuff? So then all of a sudden he goes over to the Knicks and he's all like, I know what's gonna motivate you guys. And then he starts showing the fucking the Knicks team that he had a bunch of footage of fucking American history. And everyone's just like, what the hell is this? And unfortunately, Kristaps thought that he was watching an example of what to be and not what to hate, which is why we now call him.
Well, it's established in American History X that Derek was a fan of the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's one way to show that Boston that you're formidable, right?
And no, Boston were fans of Derek Vineyard.
All right.
That will be all. Thou didst me good service, Siraj.
Okay, I'm assuming his second form is going to destroy me, but this seems doable.
I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horalu. Warrior!
Man, looks like he just helped his girlfriend with her period. Oh god. Oh god! Well, that was fair. Be right back, guys. Okay. Okay. Oh, we are back. So I guess some really well-known WNBA figure died a couple hours ago. ESPN's talking. Nikki McCrae Penson passed away at 52. I've never heard of her, but I guess she was like a major figure in women's basketball. Huh. They're not saying how she died. She was only 51, though.
Nikki McCrae Penson, who helped lead the famed 1996 Olympic team that started the United States' current run of 7 consecutive gold medals, died at the age of 51. It was announced Friday. Cause of death has not been announced. Oh, that's a shame. She leaves behind a husband and 10-year-old son.
She was 52 and had a 10-year-old son. I didn't even know you could do that.
That's pretty impressive. My guess is she used her money for a successful in vitro procedure. But, occasionally, you know, it could be a successful pregnancy in your early 40s, but super fucking unlikely. It's probably cancer because she had breast cancer 10 years ago. And when the first time you have cancer, it doesn't really go away. No, it will eventually come back. And those who are close to her are talking on social media about the death. They're saying her suffering is over, kind of thing. So she'd probably been sick for a while.
Makes sense. Oh, wow. That's fair. Alright, yeah, this is definitely going to be doable. It's just going to take a few tries. But this can definitely be done. I don't even think it's a huge deal to be a melee build against this boss, so no problemo. You know, I found out earlier today, yesterday, the kid who did the voice acting for Charlie Brown in the Charlie Brown cartoons actually committed suicide last year. He was 65 years old.
Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah. Struggled with depression his whole life. The kid who voiced Charlie Brown in the old Charlie Brown cartoons. Obviously, he's not a kid now, but last year, at 65 years old, he committed suicide. God. Who pitches tomorrow? Is it... Oh, it's Wu. Yeah, tomorrow's Wu, ain't it? Come here, come here, come here, come here. Yes! Got him.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Okay. Not so bad. Oh boy. Well, Wu versus Framber.
Has the Pistons pick played a Summer League game yet?
I am not sure off the top of my head. Let me take a look here.
Because I would genuinely love it if he balled out
Yeah.
and then became, like, really, really good. So then everybody making fun of the Pistons for not getting the first overall pick. Oh, they lost the Wemby sweepstakes. And then Wembenyama busts, and then their draft pick ends up fucking balling out. That would be great to me.
I'm not seeing them having played a game yet. Looks to me like their first game is tomorrow at 2:30 ESPN. Yeah. Yeah, their first game tomorrow. Well, when you think about it, Scarecrow Bar, it kind of makes sense that the voice actors for the old Peanuts cartoons really wouldn't get paid anything. There is a reason why they casted very young children to do those voices. Like, I was reading the other day that the voice actor they got for Charlie Brown's sister, Sally, did not know how to read. So they had to feed her her lines one by one. And you can tell
Wow.
she doesn't know how to read when you listen to some of her line readings.
That sounds like Eric Gordon in the NBA 2K15. Jesus.
Okay. So, yeah, they didn't get paid that much. And of course, the Charlie Brown Christmas special was famously made on a shoestring budget, so there wasn't a lot of money to go around. You know, it's kind of weird. That Christmas special is kind of not very good. Like, I don't... Why did it catch on to the degree that it did? I was trying to figure this out the other day, and I can't figure it out. The things that catch on sometimes, I think they just catch on because we get brain rotted into it.
Oh man, I forgot even how bad the fucking guy that they had be the main character was terrible at the voice acting too.
Yeah. They were all a bunch of little kids.
Fucking Markeith Morris, holy shit. Dion Waiters, holy shit.
I think he couldn't finish the line reading in time for the audio clip to fit in, so they just, like, ended it for Dion Waiters, if I remember correctly. Pretty bad.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh, god damn it. That's annoying. Alright. Did Indiana Jones have a female to play off of in The Last Crusade? Because the first obviously has Marion, the second has the lounge singer girl whose name I can't remember. Was there a female character to play off of in The Last Crusade? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, Ilsa. Remember
Oh,
the doctor who was initially his love interest, but then it turns out that she was a Nazi?
oh, okay, there we go. So it was a woman, but not somebody on her
Right.
side.
Well, she was on his side initially, but then it turned out that, there was the halfway through the movie betrayal, but then there's tragedy at the end of the movie where it turns out that Andy still has feelings for her because he doesn't want her to die, and he tried to save her, but, down she goes. But, usually the female character is also fulfilling the role of, like, the primary sidekick. And that in The Last Crusade was mostly filled by Sean Connery as being the sidekick, It was the role got taken up by that. But that would be the female love interest there, which is funny that he still had feelings for her and everything after it was revealed that she seduced his father first.
Yeah. And also the whole Nazi thing.
And I'm loading up Temple of Doom right now so that I could, well, I mean, I'm wrong with that. Loading up Temple of Doom right now to see if I can remember what her fucking name was.
I just need like 7,000 more.
Feinberg! Oh, son of a bitch.
Feinberg. What's her first name, though? I can't remember.
No, I was looking at the fucking credits,
Oh, okay.
and it wasn't the actress's name. It was the casting director was Sarah Feinberg,
Okay.
and I couldn't restrain myself as
I
soon
mean,
as
it
I
was
saw it.
directed by a Spielberg, right?
Yeah, you had her name was Willie Scott.
Aha, there we go.
Kate Capshaw playing Wilhelmina Scott.
Oh, Wilhelm. I see what they did there.
Exactly. Oh man, short rounds Vietnamese. Sucks.
You mean the actor who played him, right?
Yes.
Huh. I wonder if he's still around. I wonder if he ever advanced his career in Hollywood beyond that role.
As a child actor, his name is Ki Hoi Kwan.
Hmm.
Kwan rose to fame playing short round Indiana Jones: The Temple of Doom and Data in The Goonies. Following a few roles in the 1990s, he took an almost 20-year acting hiatus during which he worked as a stunt choreographer and assistant director. Kwan returned to acting as an adult with the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once,
Oh,
which came out
yeah.
in 22. A performance which won him various accolades, including an Academy Award, a Golden Globe, and a Screen Actors Guild Award. Kwan is one of two actors of Asian descent to win the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor and the first Vietnamese-born actor to win an Academy Award. Time magazine named him one of the 100 most influential people in the world 2023, which I highly fucking doubt. But, okay.
So I guess that means he slept with Harvey Weinstein at some point if he won an Oscar.
Evidently. Dude, he won an Academy Award for playing a role where his character's name was Wang.
You my Wang Ji? Can I touch you?
Bro, he was in a movie called Second Time Around, and his name was Something Wang. Oh, fucking goddamn it. Well, he was the assistant fight choreographer and translator for the original Bryan Singer X-Men trilogy.
Oh, really?
Pretty interesting. Oh, also the same for The One.
I remember
with
that movie.
Jet Li, yeah. Something. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Is that worse than Long Duck Dong?
Oh man. Whew.
Oh god. I don't know where all my HP went. Okay, now it's all gone. Alright, so... This time I'll actually remember to do my Ash Summon before he starts whipping my ass. By the way, just in case there are any, like, bitches out there, no, I don't care about Ash summons not being legitimate. I am going to use Ash summons whenever the fuck I want to in this game. It's a part of the game. It's literally a function in the game.
How many people are in chat right now?
Like four, it looks like 4 or 5. At least that's the number that is being shown. Which is very often clearly not accurate in my experience, but it's the best that we can do, I guess. Get away from me! No! Oh god. Well, that was annoying. But I think we're okay. There we go. Okay, no problemo. Radagon of the Golden Order, kiss my ass. Oh, wait. Do you have a second phase? You have a second phase, don't you? Yeah, this motherfucker has a second phase. Oh, this is it. This is the Elden Beast. God, oh god, oh god. I'm in the danger zone. I need an adult. He is not my child, but an escaped slave, and I intend to beat him. Fleshy gentleman.
Why did the Wolves ever make the Gobert trade? What the fuck?
They thought now was their time. It's probably the worst trade in NBA history in terms of, like, at the moment of the trade. Like, there have been trades that have produced worse results, but that's got to be the worst trade made in terms of, like, at the moment when the trade is made. I need a monster to clobber that there Kirby. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Oh, does he not get affected by bleed? Crap. Oh, is this like a weak spot on his belly? Huh. It might be. I don't know. I think it is. I do a little more damage on his belly. Okay. I think I'm supposed to get the fuck away. Yeah. To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to wield the Moonveil blade. God damn it.
Wield the Rick and Morty blade?
Alright, I don't think I'm going to try to beat this guy tonight, because this is the final boss, and I don't want to beat him this late at night when nobody's really here. And also, I don't want to beat him and then have to sit here for 45 minutes watching credits when I want to go to bed. So, let me think here. I could do Rainy's quest, I guess. But yeah, I'm not gonna... Even if I do beat the Elden Beast tonight, which is possible, I'm not sure if that's really what I want to do. Much rather beat him late, either tomorrow or Sunday. Oh, that's lame. He picked me up and did damage to me when he was already dead. So, do you have any plans for, well, now today, but effectively tomorrow, by the way?
Depends on how the next couple hours are gonna go.
I mean, that sounds like you're anticipating something really bad.
Damn.
What's up? If you can talk about it.
I'll discuss it in DM. Hold on.
Well, actually, don't do that, because I'm probably going to get off stream in a few minutes here.
Oh, okay. Well, then we could talk about it then.
Okay.
Lamau.
But, I just wanted to say, either way, tomorrow I'm probably not going to be streaming very much, because I have to watch the house. I have to keep track of things upstairs. So I will not be around very much. I might be around late in the night, which would probably work fine for you, but during the normal hours, probably not. Night. Hey, so get one more of those. And I've actually already played that Scarecrow, so I'm not going to play it again. Although technically I only beat the first half when you're in the school. I did not beat the second half where you go to hell and meet Hitler and shit. But, I've already played that one. And I'm pretty sure Twitch has it banned. Like, I don't even think you're allowed to even start streaming it, much less they would let it stand if they found it. That was a long time ago I played that fucker. What a bizarre project. And I don't even know what the point of it was. He wasn't glorifying what they did. He wasn't really denouncing what they did. He just was like, here's what they did. I'm not gonna... I don't know what the point of this is, other than to annoy people. I don't know, if you Google video games banned on Twitch, I'm sure there's a list that comes up. Most of them are going to be like fucking hentai games, I'm sure. Like, I'm pretty sure ethnic cleansing is banned on Twitch. The video game, not the action of ethnic... Well, actually, they're both banned. But the
Son
video
of a
game...
bitch.
The video game titled Ethnic Cleansing is banned, too. I think.
Ooh.
Probably the Doom mod, that instead of Doom Guy you play as Moon Man. That's probably banned, too.
Oh man, that is just perfect.
Oh, or is it merely fight? I hadn't expected any. But now the cat is a form for me. Eliminate the name of Rani. I will not. Let us speak if I was one of the demigods. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, which is when I received wood. But I would not. I stormed the rune of death. I would not. The two fingers and I am baleful. Even when I took life remained he, though he was a color alive, and yet the time is betrayed. Ah, another one. I've let forget. I've let forget what.
I don't think Custer's Revenge would be banned on Twitch. It's a fucking 8-bit game. Like, how could that be banned?
Yeah, in terms of the subject material, it 1,000,000% should be banned on Twitch when you look at it in a vacuum. But when you actually look at the game for what it is, like you said, it's an 8-bit game that if you're not one of the folks who grew up on those kinds of games, it's almost impossible for you to even tell what's going on. I mean, that in and of itself is a way for you and I to feel old, Joker, is that, like, we can tell what's going on there, but kids these days look at it and think it's moon runes.
Basically.
However, I do think more games with that subject matter should be made.
I mean, fuck. I mean, Snacks is old enough to remember this. Do you remember the hot coffee mod in San Andreas?
Oh yeah, that was a huge controversy.
Yeah. That was one of the big ones of my teenage years. I've never seen it, but I know what it is. And the point is, like, even that, it's not titillating. It's not arousing to watch. It's just like a gag. It's just like, it's funny.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anybody's even watching the sex scene in The Last of Us Part 2 and getting off to it. It's not erotic.
Well, except for the guys that made the game.
Oh, Shadow, thou art the last.
Oh, I
Tell the
can't.
2 fingers that Rani the witch cometh. Rend thy
Oh, this
flesh
isn't going to be that bad.
with a fateful wound.
I
To be
never played
fair,
the...
you have to have a very high IQ. Understand, Rick and Morty.
I wonder if people are still going to think that now that the showrunner's gone and they're replacing him with somebody else. Like, how can it possibly maintain its high IQ necessity?
You'd be surprised.
I'm Pickle Ree!
I'm Pickle Ree.
Ubba lubba dub dub.
Ree. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Flying hard together near. Come hither to my
I
bedside.
want Szechuan sauce. Where's my Szechuan sauce?
Is drawing ever near. On the insurgencies of the snow, deeds laid out before your eyes.
Pickle Ree Kid destroys college students with facts and logic.
Beautifully formed.
My conscience must be clear. Yeah, that's for sure.
Now I can finally stand before them.
I never played Indigo Prophecy, Scarecrow Bar. The only David Cage
I did.
game I played is Heavy Rain.
I played Indigo Prophecy. Game started off extremely promising, and I thought very good for like the first half. But as soon as the large hallucination bug creatures or whatever the fuck started showing up, that's when I was like, okay. And I tapped out and then just watched the rest of the story on YouTube to see what I was missing. Pants on head retarded game.
David Cage
But,
can't actually bring home any of the ideas he comes up with. Like, he has good ideas.
I thought Heavy Rain was a substantially better game than Indigo Prophecy was.
Yeah.
So if
I
you didn't
that
like
one.
Heavy Rain that much,
I thought it was
and-
good. I didn't love it, but I thought it was good.
okay, then you probably like your feelings on Indigo Prophecy. You'd probably be like, eh.
I just thought Heavy Rain had some bullshit in it. Like, the guy who ended up being the killer, which is the detective guy who...
The private eye, right?
Yeah, the private eye guy, like, they literally have him punching people off screen while you're playing as him so you don't think it's him. And I'm like, no, fuck you. That's just bullshit. Like that's not a plot twist. That I didn't have a fair chance at guessing that. Like no, that's not a good twist. Yeah, there's no way I would have ever guessed it because you showed me things that made that impossible. I did not appreciate that.
My favorite part of the game is when you're playing as the dad and you've got the opportunity to The trial is to cut off your finger or whatever. Then you have a different selection of devices that you can use. And I like to pick like the most painful and stupidest, most idiotic ways to cut your finger off because literally every single method to do it works. It's just how much torture you want to put this guy through.
Yeah. I like how your character's kid gets killed by the car when the car's moving at like 3 miles an hour and somehow your kid dies. It's like, um, unless my kid is Mr. Glass from fucking Unbreakable, I think he's probably gonna be okay. I don't know.
Depends on the style of car. It's like if you think about like a regular size sedan, um, they're made like that to where if you strike someone, you'll hit them low. So you'll hit them in an area that's not fatal, and they're more than likely gonna hop up onto the hood, you know. But think about now like a full-sized pickup truck. Like the front of the truck is like a good 3 to 4 feet in height of just like a solid block of shit. It disperses the impact like all over your entire mass instead of just in a non-fatal area. It hits you up high. For a kid, that'd be like clocking him in the head, and it'd shoot him backwards, and he'd probably land on his fucking head and have a brain hemorrhage or some shit. So yeah, the car was undoubtedly going real slow, but even if it was going real slow, if it was a very large-sized vehicle, it can and does kill kids in real life like that.
I would burn.
Yeah. It was a cool idea for a game. I personally liked the way Heavy Rain did it better because I felt like I had more control over that narrative, whereas Heavy Rain, sometimes it felt like you didn't really have control over the narrative beyond the very on except on the most basic of levels.
Yeah, here we go. Like this was fucking hilarious to me. Um, the kinds of tools that you can use to cut your finger off that are available. You have it seemed to me to be like the actual like best answer was like a fucking really sharp meat cleaver,
Mhm.
which works the best and is the fastest way. It's like if I had to do it in real life, that's what I'd fucking use. Then you have like a regular pair of scissors that somebody would have in their home. Have literally a fucking handsaw, like the kind you'd imagine seeing some guy, you know, in his front yard sawing through a 2x4. Fucking Jesus Christ. Then you also have a pair of diagonal cutters. It's just like a set of pliers that just cut based off of leverage and not because it's sharp. It's like, dude, you fucking torture this fucking guy trying to cut his finger off like that.
Yeah, I remember I remember taking like a full minute to figure out after the part where you flip your car over and you're trying to get out of your car and you need to like roll up the window or something. Took me like a minute to figure out that because my car was upside down, I had to swipe my finger on the controller down in order to get the window to go up and up to make it go down. And I felt really fucking stupid after I figured that out. All right, guys, I think that's going to do it for tonight. Next time we play, I can either go beat the game because I just have to beat those last two bosses, and it's a boss rush, so I can't just fight one and then fight the other later. And then we've obviously beaten the game, or I can finish Rainey's quest line. And then go beat the game. So I'll figure that out next time we play, which might be tomorrow, might not. We'll see. Um, but thanks for hanging around. Ooh. Let's go ahead and do this. We're not going to be able to use it because our arcane is so damn low.
Oh, good. This saw is hilarious.
Okay. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys later on. Have a good night.